Nerds, we're back. Long time no see. It's been what, like 18 hours roughly? Good to see y'all. Yay, my screen share works. I wasn't actually sure if it would. I was having issues a minute ago. Everything seems to be good. Phone, we can all get started. Also figure out what we're talking about today. We obviously have the defensive AI games thing. This I'll probably do later. I wanted to do my current stack. I'm not going to call it Redux because that'll confuse people. I have a video that we already recorded about my current stack, and it's gone out of date before we published it, so I need to redo that. Hopefully get it out before it goes out of date again. Fragility of engineers will be a fun one. We got a lot to talk about today. Should be a fun one. I have to go ping the Discord. Hop over. I'm actually very curious to see what viewership looks like today live, because yesterday it was way better than I would have expected, which means whenever things go better than expected, you're always in for a crash right after. Thank you everybody who already subbed to get us started today. We got Eve here with the Prime. Appreciate that a ton. We got Tulays getting us started with the 5 months of Tier 1. Everybody hitting their stream streaks too. Thank you all for stopping by. I am very tempted to cover this. At the very least, I'm saving this out of my own interest. I have a couple more things I want to change about T3 chat before I do a state of T3 chat video, but this will definitely be a thing in the future. I don't think there will be any difference in the number of Go jobs as a result of the TypeScript changes. And yeah, that discount code was killed so fast, it was insane. Red Vortex, you might have just inspired a video with this one, because I liked that point too, but it was very deep in the rants about vibe code to a point where people might not see it. Maybe it's time to delete your code. Need to catch a break. 5 years, same place. I'm going stir crazy in the worst way. What's the front end dev to do with all the vibe coding going on? Find friends at other companies. Talk with them a bunch. Start seeing what other people are doing and feel out the space. If you're not going to vibe code, then vibe everywhere else to find the balance of where you want to be. Improve the performance of Notion. Interesting. I'm curious how they plan on implementing all of that. Janet, good to see you. Been a bit. You're doing well. Vibe coding for 3 days, struggled with 2D games, but it's oddly okay with 3D. That's fascinating and very good to know. Thank you, Eva. My noise floor on my current interface might be slightly off. I switched interfaces again between yesterday I did it, but hopefully should be fine. If it's bad enough, I'll deal with it later. Yeah, I have some interesting thoughts on the vibe coding stuff. I'm curious how y'all end up feeling once we go through all that. Is there any big news that I need to cover? I feel like tech news has been somewhat chill. Yeah, there are some very concerning security and safety implications with vibe code for sure. When you combine it with like the wrong tools, especially like vibe coding a Firebase app is just a guarantee for like death. I'm really excited to read this. I've been trying to decide if I want it to be a video or not, but like more free planet scale marketing, I don't want to necessarily do for them. But I've also heard such incredible things about this blog post that I'm super excited to just sit down and read it later. Fucking 36 months of support is still so insane. Thank you a ton, Fred. Yeah, I saw these two things. None feel like big enough to do videos on. I've already been like the main person talking about the core pack stuff. Like we lost, it's over. I'm sad about it. Yeah, the launch party was very fun. Contain actual debating about the like AI games topic. If I'll be honest, my take is so middle ground with it that if you still hate on it after, that's just an issue on your part. I'm excited to do that one because I think people are being very irrational when we talk about AI game dev. And it would be amusing if it wasn't so frustrating to me. It'll be a fun one. I almost want to go like straight into that. Let me get my stuff set up. Marker, offset. We'll aim for 16. Anyways, it off so it's not too hot. Bit. Offset marker. I ordered both new pebbles. I'm very curious to see how I feel about them when I have them in my hands. I used to be a pebble dev, so that'll be fun. So, Alex, either I'll just ask. Are you young enough that you weren't around, or I'll repeat it. Are you old enough that you were around for the Flash game era? 28's a little young for it, but you're on the line. If somebody was to replace AI here with Flash games, I would laugh at them. And there's a lot of overlap between the two. This will be a fun one, I can tell from the vibe so far. I have no idea what this is. Oh, Esno. Interesting. Good for them. They're making progress. Getting things ready for the topic that I'm sure everybody will be totally rational about. Okay, I feel like I have everything I need to get this one started. Yeah, I did see this. Generally speaking, Eric's Apple takes are weird. I'm 50-50 on this one. I can't click a random YouTube link. Too dangerous. I appreciate it, though. Need to get started on this. Let's do it. Get everybody mad right when we get started. Normally, I hold the main topic till later, but people are going to be flaming me the entire video. Or the entire stream if I don't do it first. So let's do it. What's the URL for it again? Peter.com/fly. Have a new URL. Fly.peter.com. You gave it a dedicated. That makes sense. Make sure the sound doesn't go through because I don't want to deal with it. Let's mute tab. Cool. I made the marker. Cool. Let's get started then. How do I want to start this? I have a general idea. We'll just roll with it. The AI generated game era is here, whether or not we want it to be. And I want to take some time to talk about it because I've seen a lot of hate, and while some of it is definitely deserved, I think we can actually benefit a lot from these AI games. Hear me out, guys. I don't think it's all bad. I know the comments are going to be flaming you before we've even started, but I do think there is some actual value in these types of tools and these types of projects being made. We're going to have a bit of context first. A lot of this drama. For a little bit of context on what's going on, a certain developer known as Levels.io, Peter, decided he wanted to make a game. So he started vibe coding in Cursor and built a 3D flying game in vanilla JS and HTML. Not true, and we'll talk about what that means in a minute. But what he built's not the worst thing. Not the best, but it's not the worst either. You have different options for your planes. You can spend $30 on an F-16, and a bunch of brands are spending far too much money on. I am amused that I just got told the Firefox is too slow. I feel you, man. I really do. Yeah. This is what Peter made. It's a pretty jank, silly multiplayer flight sim with a bunch of ads from different brands, which means they're all getting free promo right now by me doing this. Yeah. the Theo joined just hit. You get the idea. What buttons for shoot? I don't even remember paying enough attention. Oh, I just realized the sound is very loud. I'm sorry. Thank you guys for calling that out. We'll retake this. Mute. Sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. Yeah. I forgot to turn off sound. Let's take another look at this. You get the idea. It's a pretty basic flight sim game built using Three.js in the browser with a whole lot of money spent by brands to put their ads on it because it went super viral. There's a lot of reasons to be frustrated because there are developers who have spent their entire lives building incredible games that have made less money than Peter makes in a day off of this project that he didn't even really code or even really know how to describe the inner workings of. But I don't think it's all bad. And I think our frustrations are terribly misplaced right now when we talk about the current state of AI coding. And I want to talk about the good sides of this and how we as an industry can benefit from buggy messes like what you're seeing here. But unlike Peter, I don't have a game making me free money online, so we have to pay some But unlike Peter, I don't have a game that's just printing money for me online, so I have to pay my editor somehow. Quick word from today's sponsor, and then we'll dive right in. Cool. Anyways, let's draw some diagrams because otherwise people will be irrational. And for some reason, having something drawn on my screen helps out a lot with this. Thank you, Kabir Singh, for the gift subs. Really appreciate that. Let's dive right in, though. I'm going to go down a slightly weird tangent that for some of you will immediately make a lot of sense, and for the rest of you will be very confusing, depending probably largely on your age. We need to talk about Flash games. If you are not familiar, Flash was a technology by Adobe that used to be embedded in the browser. What's this weird Google search bug? I love that. I have to Command Shift R to fix it. It's not even fixing it. Good job, Google. I want a good page to have open for Adobe Flash. It links to a Word page that's broken. That's hilarious. Okay. We'll start here then. Okay. Fine. Okay. Sorry for flashbang. Blame Wikipedia, not me. For those who are not familiar, Flash was the prominent way of building interactive applications on the web for a while. The reason was that the web wasn't really interactive. You had HTML and links, forms, and that was about it. If you wanted to have a game or an interactive experience or like a portal, Flash was the way you did it. And what Flash fundamentally changed what we expect from software. It made it so more people could make software, more people could share that software, and more people, most importantly, could try that software without having to go to a store and buy it on a disk. It was a massive shift in what we expected from software, and in particular, it revolutionized the game space. All of a sudden, you could embed a 400 pixel wide game into your website that you spun up over a week before, just hacking away at this weird scripting language with ActionScript and the horrible but functional developer tools that Adobe had built around it. At the time, it massively lowered the barrier for entry for people who wanted to start experimenting with things like game dev. And the result was insane. If you go to a site like Addicting Games, if it's still alive. You know what? I'll just ask Chat. How many Flash games were on sites like Addicting Games at Addicting Games likely hosted somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 Flash games in its library. Larger Flash game ecosystem across all major portals collectively hosted tens of thousands of games, with estimates suggesting that there were well over 100,000 Flash games created in total across the internet during Flash's lifetime. It was kind of insane how many things existed. And I vividly remember hanging out in homeroom during middle school, going through Addicting Games, Clooney Games, I vividly remember in middle school going through Addicting Games and Newgrounds, just looking for new experiences to have. And there were so many of them, like truly an unbelievable amount. Oh, apparently Flashpoint is already at 173,000 games. Flashpoint's an attempt to archive and make playable all these old Flash games because Flash, for many reasons, was deprecated and killed by Adobe back all the way in like 2018 or so, formally killed in 2020. The reasons for it are interesting, and we'll go through all that in a minute. But the main thing I really want to highlight with Flash was the ratio of slop to innovation and what that enabled for the right motivated people. Of these 173,000 games, 172,500 of them are absolute shovelware garbage. It's like a less than 1 in 100 hit rate for these at best. And this is just the ones that people bothered to archive. There are even more that people never bothered with. But there was a small number of them that were truly special and allowed for new ideas to be felt out in a way they hadn't been before. Games that are still massive to this day, like Bloons Tower Defense, started as a Flash game. Companies like PopCap that went on to make things like Plants vs. Zombies, Zuma, Bejeweled, and more started as Flash game developers and then pivoted into Java web games for a little bit and then started making dedicated software. This era was incredible. And I was just so inspired as a kid seeing all of these new things being created constantly. And there had never been anything like it before. The thing that made Flash the things that made Flash special were a combination of accessibility of the tooling, the fact that like it was free to get started and anyone could just download the software and start making Flash games, the simplicity of distribution, and of course, novelty. These three things allowed for Flash games to do what had really never been done before. The idea of a website you could go to and just click buttons and have different experiences that were, yes, made by a human, yes, mostly garbage. But most importantly, the variety was incredible and the accessibility of it was insane. Previously, you'd have to go to a store to buy games or download a demo if they even had one for the thing you were interested in, which they often didn't. Now there's just a portal you can go to and play with random people's ideas. And if you're an inspired person that wants to make something, this went from a dream that you could possibly achieve in 10 years after college to a program you could install on your computer. And you didn't have to worry about finding a way to get it to your friends or show people to play. You just upload it on Newgrounds, and now the world has access to it. That was incredible. It was really, really cool to see a world where distribution and access were so present. It was truly incredible to see a world where game dev was now accessible and anyone could try these games too. It's hard to put into words how unique that was because nowadays you just open up your Xbox, go to the store and hit download. But at the time, this was nuts. There was one last piece here that I think is somewhat valuable and definitely is contributing to the vibe difference here. Basically impossible to charge money. Flash had no concept of networking really at all. So these games were almost entirely free. Sometimes they were covered in ads, and believe me, they were covered in a lot of ads. But these games were free. And that was super cool, especially for young kids, playing with them, getting inspired, downloading the tools, fighting them endlessly, and eventually making something that was inspiring. So cool. And I would guarantee that a significant number of the games you love today are made by people, and I would pretty much guarantee that a lot of the games you love today come from people who grew up either playing these Flash games or trying to build them themselves. It's really hard to put into words how important this was for a whole generation of game developers. And not just game devs either. There's a good chance I would never have gotten into software dev either if it wasn't for the incredible, inspiring experiences I had with these absolute garbage games. We do talk about the garbage. Why did Flash die? There is one relatively simple answer to the question of why Flash died. The answer is Steve Jobs. But it's as simple and short as it is, the layers to it are much more complex. The reason Flash actually died is that Jobs refused to put it on the iPhone because there's a lot of reasons, but the main ones were like security and the interface. It's the same reason Apple won't put a touchscreen on a laptop, because the UI and the experience on my laptop was built to have a very fine pointing device. And if I tried to like touch a small button that exists in my UI, like try to touch that little Apple button in the corner or try to touch like a specific thing in this menu, it's not good for that. Apple built an entirely different experience for touch than they built for pointers. Flash games were not going to handle the move to touch at all. And the security issues in Flash's weird way of embedding a native runtime were strange, because Flash wasn't a browser technology. It wasn't a thing built to work inside of Canvas using browser standards. None of that existed at the time. Browsers were a mess. The way Flash worked is it would do a native embed on the system that allowed you to mount the Flash game from your computer inside of the browser as like a little portal into it. But that also meant that you were downloading things from the internet that would then run on your system. And if the Flash runtime wasn't super well thought out and locked down, you were kind of screwed. So for these reasons, Steve Jobs refused to put Flash on the iPhone. It did make it to Android, and I think that really showed how right Jobs was as a person who bought an Android phone largely to play Flash games on it as a kid. There were like two that kind of worked, and they were awful, super jank, and caused my battery life to go from its really reliable 3 hours down to like 20 to 30 minutes. It was a rough time. I would not recommend going back to Flash and all of the chaotic ways it did things. But that chaos and instability was what enabled this level of flexibility and creation that didn't exist. Part of it, and I guess I really should put this in the list, was the consistency of the platform. The fact that there was this universal thing that basically everyone had to have installed to use the web, because so many experiences were in Flash at this point. You had to have Flash on your computer. It meant that I knew you would be able to play my game. Even if I was building traditional games and handing out the discs, I could never guarantee that it would work on your computer, especially if you're on an operating system different from what I built. Maybe you don't have a GPU yet because we're back in that era. The likelihood you can actually run the software I made was really low. With Flash, it was basically a guarantee. It also meant we could guarantee like what screen resolution you'd be at and details like that too. Mobile killed all of that. But one other thing killed the level of like innovation and flexibility we experienced in Flash games. One part was obviously that platform difference there, the fact that mobile and web had differed so greatly, making mobile not really viable for existing Flash games. But then I want to rethink this take. So Flash died because of the iPhone. The Flash vibe of generating new ideas and putting things out died for a couple key parts. The first one, as I was hinting at before, was the platform divergence. The fact that a game you made on your computer might work great on a browser, but good luck getting that working on a phone or a Steam Deck or a console. It meant the platforms people were on differed greatly enough that this thing you just put some time into to throw together, when you send it to your friend, you don't know what device they're going to open it on and how it's going to work. That was a huge barrier of entry. The other one was the other problem was a lack of clear entry point. Once Flash died, there was no longer a simple getting started point. We had projects like Game Maker that is jank as they are, resulted in masterpieces like Undertale. We also had cool web tools and technologies like the HTML5 revolution that Steve Jobs pitched as the alternative to Flash that is theoretically capable of incredible things, but the variety of the quality of that software and the experience you'll have developing it was insane. And then we started getting more. Then we started getting more and bigger game engines, specifically Unity and Unreal Engine, taking off. And while there are now great resources for getting started with them, the amount that any one of those tools or technologies changes makes it pretty hard to get into now. Even web tools like Phaser, the gap between Phaser JS 2 and 3, and if you don't know, Phaser's a 2D pseudo 3D game engine for the web that's very well regarded. Some of my favorite games like Vampire Survivors were built in Phaser. The gap between Phaser 2 and 3 makes it really, really hard to dive into in a meaningful way. So, despite my best attempts to try and make something similar to the Flash game era myself, because I wanted to experiment with ideas, the lack of a clear entry point has been tough. But possibly the biggest thing is lack of good distribution. While we do now have the expectation that we can go to a website and have an experience, and the web tools and technologies have progressed massively, the lack of a site like Addicting Games or Newgrounds that we go to looking for new experiences means you have to build your distribution yourself. You can't just put something out there and expect it to go the way it used to. There isn't the same scarcity for novel experiences online, and now we're fighting platforms like Twitter and YouTube trying to keep the user's attention from drifting towards things like experimental games. These pieces have resulted in more people feeling more friction from the concert. The result of all of this can be put pretty simply: too much friction. If there is a kid that has a silly idea for a game, like what if I want to make Vampire Survivors but with hats instead of weapons? What if I want to make a Diner Dash style game but I'm doing it underwater? Just the silly types of ideas that resulted in crazy projects and concepts being built. That all kind of fizzled out. And the friction for somebody who has no idea what they're doing to get started is way too high. And if we compare this to other types of software dev, like, web dev, it's surprisingly easy to get started with an actual web dev experience. You can just Google search how to get started with React, get sent to the React docs, click the tiny little started with StackBlitz button, and then in your browser have a full editor experience with a project with like 20 lines of code and basic comments describing what they do. And now you can make changes and immediately see it on the other side of the browser window. The ability to show someone how cool and easy web dev is to get started in is at a point where a third of devs write their first line of code as React, not as vanilla JavaScript, not as Python, not in some weird thing like Sketch. That's not Sketch. What's the thing that MIT made? Scratch. Yeah. Devs aren't getting started in easier languages like Python and Visual Basic anymore. They're not getting started in Scratch by MIT anymore. They're getting started in React a third of the time, which is kind of nuts, but it also shows how accessible those tools are and how wide a range of good educational materials there are. For things that aren't web apps, the friction's gone up, but things that are web apps, the friction's gone down. And it's been really weird to see how over time an aspiring developer has had their time split just shifted in such weird ways. If we have to quickly chart this out, if we use green game makes sense. The effort to make a game used to be insanely high. It slowly started going down as we got better and better engine tech. And then Flash dropped it insanely low. And then as soon as Flash died, it spiked back up. Not as high as it was pre-Flash, but high enough that it was not fun. And I would honestly say over time, it's slowly been getting worse. Whereas building an app started lower for sure, but it has been very consistently getting easier and easier to build applications on the web. You can build some pretty incredible things relatively quickly now, But if you want to make a cookie clicker game, good luck, have fun. It isn't too bad, but like it's not as easy as it should be by any stretch of the imagination. And as the AAA game world keeps pushing for more graphics, more frames, more highlighting, more lighting, all these things, the amount of money it takes to make a AAA game has consistently gone up by like 2 to 3x every few years, and it's become an entirely unsustainable industry. That's why we're seeing the indie resurgence that we're seeing today. So why am I talking about all of this stuff with Flash and mobile games and whatnot? We'll get there because I have a little more I want to say about this. Mobile was weird. The App Store was a very interesting moment in time. For those who don't know, the App Store wasn't on the iPhone when it first came out. You had to get... Steve Jobs didn't... At the first WWDC, which is the Apple conference about developer stuff, the first one they did after the iPhone launch, Steve Jobs came out very confidently defending HTML5, saying this is the future of applications. You can make great apps in the browser because they didn't have an app store. Eventually, they caved and made the App Store, and the App Store ended up being the closest thing we had to a Flash revolution again. I'll say. App Store was a big win. The App Store was a massive win because it kind of hit those key points well, where the mobile app stores worked pretty well because it hit a lot of these points. The tooling was not as accessible as it should have been. Sadly, that was the biggest L. But if you had a Mac and you had Xcode, you could figure something out. Simplicity of distribution, again, not great, but at the very least, there was one place you would distribute. So it was simple in the sense you had one decision to make. You put it on the App Store. The novelty was massive for apps at the time. Just like it was so exciting to see all these experiences you could have in your pocket. It was like the mobile game revolution, it was like the handheld gaming revolution with the Game Boy all over again, and it was super cool. It was actually possible to charge money, but only upfront for the game, so that part was different too. But the biggest thing, the consistency of the platform. Every iPhone was the exact same screen size and resolution for a while, which meant that you could make the game work perfectly in this one way, and it would work fine for all of the users. And that was incredible. It meant that you could make this game perfectly work on your phone and know it would work for everyone else's. Mostly. Despite that, the additional friction in the parts up here meant that there were way fewer people making these games. And it also meant that the novelty of them wore off a lot quicker because the amount of unique ideas being shown in these games was relatively low. And nowadays, when I open up the mobile app game stores, the only difference is that there's a lot of like gotcha. And nowadays, when I open up the App Store and look at top games, the only real difference between what I saw 10 years ago and now is that like half of them are full of loot crates, but the same stupid game ideas are still there. And a lot of them are just based on old Flash games in the first place. That said, mobile did allow for some level of indie game development to happen, but slowly over time, mobile moved us away from the web. The existence of a single app store, that is the place where all software has to be approved and distributed, was a massive limiting factor to what we could do on the platform. And as a result, that combined with the fact that everything we would browse became a native app meant that we're spending way less time in Safari or Chrome and way more time in those native apps on our phones. We don't go to youtube.com, we go to YouTube. We don't go to twitter.com, we go to the X app. You don't go to twitch.tv. Actually, you might because the mobile app for Twitch sucks. But we started living in these apps, which meant we couldn't have these novel experiences. And the couple companies that tried to like build games into Facebook Messenger, for example, Apple would come in and threaten Facebook with bans from the App Store if they didn't remove it because they saw that as a way of circumventing Apple's distribution. Obnoxious. So we've been pushed away from the web as users experiencing novel things. As a result, it's even harder for us to find these games in the first place. And it's harder to build them because of the fracturing of the ecosystem. I hope that we can all agree with this statement. Like, given all else being equal, Flash was easier to build games in than HTML5. And it's not particularly close. I hope we can all agree with this statement because it is true. It's just, this is reality. Flash was bad. ActionScript was terrible. There's a lot of lessons we can learn from the things it did wrong, but it was a hell of a lot easier to get started in than it was to get started in something like Phaser or 3JS, or certainly not Unity or Unreal Engine. And as a result of all of this, I can't really remember the last time a web game really like blew me away. The closest thing is Vampire Survivors, and people don't even think of that as a web game anymore. This era died, and I miss it dearly. My favorite thing in games isn't the quality of the textures or the months of work somebody put into making the shape of this tree as elegant as possible. What I love about gaming is the novelty, uniqueness, and creativity of the people making the games. I want to see things I can't see in other mediums. I want to have experiences I could never have fathomed before. My favorite games aren't things like God of War. My favorite games are things like Undertale and Outer Wilds. And Flash allowed for a lot of these novel experiences to be created. Even if the quality of them wasn't great, it was a phenomenal starting point for people who have become some of my favorite game devs in the world. And there are even games like Getting Over It. If you're not familiar, Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy is a wild experience of a game. The whole game is narrated by its creator as you play it. You are a guy in a pot with a hammer that has to move using the hammer. A fun thing a lot of people don't know about this game is that it's actually based on an old, crappy Flash game that was made by this weird guy who would just put together these entirely broken experiences, throw them up on Clooney Games with a bunch of stock assets, and like a handful of weirdos like myself would find them and just be so curious about why the hell this thing exists and what you're supposed to be able to do with it. Bennett Foddy spent like hours just passing the first tree in the game when it was a Flash thing. And then like 10 years later, rebuilt it as a real game that went very well and made a ton of money. It has 70,000 positive reviews. Think about how few people review. This game sold insanely well. It became a viral sensation. That is from a concept from a bad Flash game. And there are so many things like this. A lot of my favorite platformers stemmed out of Fancy Pants, which was a super smooth platforming game originally built in Flash. This era was so genuinely cool. And a lot of it was the ease of the tools and the access. That you could have something that kind of worked before you got frustrated and gave up. And that's also part of why learning React today is more fun than learning these game dev tools is you can get something working faster than you would otherwise. There's a metric I talk about a lot with the businesses I work with. I call it time to smile. How long does it take from when someone discovers your thing or starts using your thing to get their first smile from it? So with a product like T3 Chat, how long until so with a product like T3 Chat, my AI chat app, I asked myself, like, how quickly can I get a user who just heard about us and went to the homepage to be happy with the experience they're having, to feel something good about it? And with the tools that I build, we're able to get this time down to be really short. We did a speedrunning contest for Upload Thing where a user could get started on Upload Thing and have a file uploading on their production service in less than like 4 minutes. We had users doing it in 30 seconds once they were familiar. The goal is to get you that first hit, that first reward, that first feeling of, oh, I kind of get this. I see where I can go with this. I love that. And I think it's really important for people getting started in a thing to get to that first reward as quickly as possible. And if it takes too long to hit that first smile, to hit that first, oh shit, maybe I can do it, then the likelihood you get through is really low. The thing that was so exciting about Flash was that you could use the templates and scaffolds it came with, write like 2 crappy lines of ActionScript, drag and drop some assets on the screen, and have something that worked, something that was interactive, something you could share with your friends. And that was incredible. And we've slowly lost that over time. The time from, I have this weird idea for a game, but I'm not a game dev, to my friend can try it on their computer has been going up over time, not down. And that sucks for creativity and for getting more people into development of everything, much less games. The friction to get started with game dev has gotten to a point where even if you do push through and you make something that works, the likelihood you can get your friends to even try it is low. Even if they want to, they're on the same platform as you and you don't have a distribution method that works, especially if you're building for mobile. Good luck, have fun. Not great. So if I was to summarize the problems that exist right now, say problem one, the tools are too confusing. Not just that the tools themselves are hard to use, but figuring out which one to use in the first place is a massive challenge. The time to smile is way too high. We have regressed massively in that regard. The time it takes for somebody getting started with game dev to feel their first win is far too high. And even if you push through all of that, you find the right tools, you build something that you're proud of and really excited about, sharing what you build is annoying as hell now. We went from the annoyance of having to ship discs out to people and sell things in stores to a much happier distribution method with the web and Flash and Java, back to this esoteric, hopefully the platform your users on can actually support the thing that you're building. We just at the start had a problem where I couldn't play Peter's game because I was in a Firefox-based browser, not a Chrome-based browser. This is not okay for people trying to get started who just want to send a game to their friend. They built it on their Android phone, they send it to their friend on an iPhone, and they can't run it. That sucks. All of these things take so much wind out of your sails and keep you from having that, oh shit, I can do this moment. And it's so important that we can have those moments. We need to get people excited about the things we need to shorten the time from when someone has an idea to when they can share it with their friends, or we're risking losing a generation of inspired people. I'm not saying they should find the simplest tool and use it forever, even if that does work for lunatics like... I'm not saying we should find the simplest tool and just use it forever, even if it works for lunatics like Toby Fox and Undertale. What I am saying is that when you're getting started, that level of friction sucks. If you look at somebody on a bike with training wheels, you might laugh and say, who needs those? You do when you're getting started. It's so handy to have these extra things to get you through the rough moment of getting started with a thing that is as esoteric, unfamiliar, and just unnatural as developing a game. And I hate how nowadays it feels like we're pulling up the ladder behind us because so many of the people complaining about AI games got started in a worse era in Flash. Time for the spicy takes. Vibe-coded AI games are the closest thing we've had to Flash since Flash. I'm sorry. It's true. The magic of AI game development is it solves so many of the problems that we were talking about up here. Accessibility of the tooling. You go to a website and start typing what you want. Simplicity of distribution. You hit the share button and now you can share it. Novelty. Holy shit, I can just talk about the game I want and it exists. And I can hit this button and share it with my friends. People can try all these crazy new things. Basically impossible to charge money. AI is really bad at implementing Stripe. And consistency of the platform. For the first time, HTML5 games are actually accessible to the general person. Just to prove my point here, Levels confidently stated that his game here, the flying game that he built in the browser, was vanilla HTML and JS. It's not. It's 3JS. 3JS is a very complex piece of... 3JS is a super complex and powerful library for doing 3D rendering and graphic stuff in a canvas. That's not vanilla. but he feels like it's vanilla because it's a decision he didn't have to make. The decision fatigue has been massively reduced by these AI tools. You don't have to pick the things you want to use. You tell the AI what you want, and it will pick. It won't do a great job of picking, but it will do it. And thankfully, with game dev, thankfully, there are good enough open source things in the web for building experiences that it kind of works out. And to be extraordinarily clear, I don't think the next Minecraft or Balatro is going to be an AI game. But I do think the next Notch or what's the guy who makes Balatro again? I always forget. It's like Thunk or something, local Thunk. I'm not saying the next Balatro or Minecraft is going to be an AI game, but I am saying the next local Thunk or Notch might start as an AI developer. There's a very good chance of that. But there are also massive problems with AI games. And I'm not going to talk about artists losing jobs. That's not what we're here to discuss. There are real problems in the game industry, and most of them are over-investing in the wrong things. What we really need to talk about is the state of open source gaming. If I want to build a powerful web application, imagine we go back to, when did Gmail drop? Imagine we're back in 2004, right as Gmail is starting to come out. The team it took to build something as powerful and useful as Gmail at the time was massive. I don't even want to think about the number of engineers and the number of hours they put in to build a great experience for email in the browser. Since then, the tools used by companies like Google, like Facebook, like many more, have not only improved massively, they've been open sourced, which means the tools that are used to build things like Gmail today are accessible to anyone who wants to do it. And there are tons of examples of all of this around too, which means that an independent dev or a two-person team can reasonably build a Gmail alternative now, which is insane. That, like, go back to 2004 and say, yeah, I'm going to build a clone of Gmail with my one friend here. You'd be laughed at because it's just not viable with the state of the tools and technology. But the ecosystem has improved so much, and the companies that built these solutions knew it needed to be easier, so they went out of their way to open source their learnings and knowledge in order to make it easier to do these things. And a whole community of this open source work started to form that has resulted in so much good tooling, so much good resources, and so many great examples of how to build awesome things for the web and for production grade software. The state of open source tooling in the web is incredible. But beyond that, the amount of good open source examples of how to build things for the web is insane. Gaming never had this open source revolution. We can talk all we want about Godot. I've only played one Godot game I really loved. We could talk all we want about Phaser and 3JS. The number of games that have found real success with them is relatively low, and the amount of good open source examples of those tools is near zero. We don't have great open source work to reference like we do for application development. There are so many crazy things there are so many tools you would never even imagine are open source, like cal.com, which is a great Calendly alternative. All their code's on GitHub. You can see how they built Cal. And that obviously is super beneficial if you're trying to learn to build production grade services. However, it's also really useful for the AIs. AI is trained on large swaths of example data, and it's auto-completing what it thinks is most likely based on the massive pile of data it has been trained on. If we have this insane amount of examples of React, both in its usage and the tooling and library around it, we can build things, or if we have this massive set of examples of using React to build applications as well as the tooling around it, it's all open source, it's very easy to train an AI to autocomplete a React app. I would estimate we have less than 1/100th the example, or I would estimate that we have less than 1/100th as much good training data for game stuff that we have for application stuff. Even just like the ratio of different frameworks to applications versus different game engines to games, the ratios on all of this are insane, and there just isn't good open source work out there for you to reference. And this hurts in multiple ways. It hurts you as an individual trying to learn from examples that are exciting, but it also hurts the AI's ability to reference good code and things that it can generate on top of. And this has hurt gaming forever. To quickly cite a video I watched recently that I found very entertaining from Juniper Dev here, I was just glazing Undertale.
I saw the title, but I'm not talking
But Undertale's a terrible game.
about the gameplay. I'm not talking about the dialogue. I'm not talking about the story. I'm talking about the way that the game was made. See, Toby...
Let me find a good example here of, oh yeah, his attempts to make it so the game would delete itself at the end. This was actual code that got decompiled from the game. Or even better, if we find in here, where is the giant pile of, let me find it, Undertale dialogue code. All of Undertale's dialogue is handled in one spaghetti code massive switch statement that takes thousands of lines. So every line of dialogue in the game is this one single giant switch statement with thousands of cases. When there aren't good reference examples on the internet, you end up with things like this. And to be extraordinarily clear, I don't fault Toby at all. He made something that works. He made something that's incredible. He made something that changed video games forever while barely knowing how to code. And even then, when it came time to distribute it to other platforms that weren't the like crappy 640 by 480 desktop game he distributed on Steam, he had to pay other companies to come in and ship it for other platforms. His ability to take this mess and put it on the Steam Deck or the Switch or the Xbox was not there, so he brought in others to do it, in an otherwise almost entirely solo developed game. Because he just wanted to make this thing with a specific vibe. He didn't want to do all of the other parts. That said, if there were good examples of how to do the other parts right, there's a very, very good chance he could have figured out these things. And to those saying, well, isn't GameMaker primarily a visual programming engine? No more so than Unreal or Unity is. It's a canvas engine with a bunch of code that you have to write too. It does have the option to use their weird visual programming block thing, but no one actually uses that, including Toby. He did actually write the code. There's an interview where he talks about discovering arrays and realizing he could use that for dialogue systems. He did write the code. Doesn't mean it was good, but he did actually write it. Yeah, people confuse Game Maker with RPG Maker. Absolutely. Although it's also worth noting that Toby Fox started with RPG Maker, which was much more basic and rudimentary, and moved to Great Gamer. And he moved to Game Maker when he was building something a little more legit. So the quality of code in the game space is atrocious. So one, quality of game code is generally garbage. Point two, there are near zero examples publicly of good game code and best practices. You basically have to watch tutorials and hope the person doing the tutorial actually knows what they're talking about, because you can't reference their work. If you doubt my knowledge of how to build software, you can go to my GitHub and look through the things I built to see it. In game dev, you can look at the game, but you can't see underneath to see what they actually built. And as a result, there is very little shared progress in the game dev world. And I'm sorry to the game developers in my audience. I hope most of you will agree here, and I hope the ones who don't can take some time to reflect. The magic of open source is that when a win happens in one place in the software development, like the magic of open source is that when a win happens in one framework, it can be shared across others. The magic of server components might be frustrating to some, but the concepts and the pieces that enabled it to exist in the first place have made their way over to help out. You might not like server components and all the crazy server rendering stuff going on in React, but it's enabled a new level of interop between the server and client that many other frameworks and tools are learning from and adopting. Even places like Laravel and Elixir are starting to see the light and benefits of the new streaming primitives and cool things we're doing in the web dev world. Occasionally, there's a groundbreaking engine innovation that allows for new techniques for rendering to existing games, but usually those get leaked or they are part of an engine that costs money and you don't get to see the inner workings underneath it. The closest thing we've had to a shared progress moment in game dev has been the slow move towards shared engines between Unity and Unreal. Previously, most game studios had their own bespoke, crappy engine, and as 3D happened and more complex 3D games happened, a given studio's ability to maintain their own engine went to garbage. And now even companies like Square are leaning heavily on Unreal Engine for their products like Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest. And Kingdom Hearts, which is unbelievable. It's still unbelievable to me that Kingdom Hearts is an Unreal Engine game now, but like that's what you have to do to keep up. If these wins had been open sourced throughout, it would be more viable to roll your own engine and to adopt things from other engines in the one that you're using. But since all of this is closed source and proprietary, it's just not viable. And as much as people love to shit on tools like Electron, it's enabled us to progress the quality of applications on desktop across all platforms massively. Whereas in the world of games, you basically can't do something if it's not built into Unreal or Unity. Like, good luck, have fun. Battlefield is the only one rolling a new engine for each new game. No, they're using an engine that was built at DICE called Frostbite. And Frostbite has killed multiple of my favorite series. Frostbite is a big part of why I know so much about game engines and game development, because EA allowing DICE to ruin the entirety of EA through their garbage engine that doesn't even have a menu system or a concept of a map or loading has been destructive to some of my favorite IPs. Mass Effect died largely because of the team over at Mass Effect died largely because of the team at DICE building Battlefield, convincing EA to force their engine on everyone else. EA learned their lesson quickly after seeing how bad Anthem and Mass Effect went, and started encouraging the studios at EA to not use Frostbite because they knew how bad it was. But DICE would circumvent them because they don't want their engine division to be shut down and convince the individual companies that work at EA to use their shit engine. It's horrifying what they have done. Versus Titanfall, which isn't dead. Titanfall has been folded into Apex Legends, which was entirely Respawn's choice. And Respawn moved from their hack of Source Engine over to Unreal Engine when EA acquired them because they wanted to use it to do much bigger experiences like they did with the Star Wars games. The acquisition of Respawn has been a net positive for both Respawn and gaming as a whole. EA does not deserve all the shit they get. DICE deserves more of the shit than EA currently gets. So, yeah. If you think Mass Effect 3 is why Mass Effect died and not... Or if you think Mass Effect 3 is the reason Mass Effect died and not the chaos that was Andromeda, you just don't know what's going on in the game space. I'm sorry, you're just wrong. The point I'm trying to make here is the state of game engines and game development is we rely on the work done by Epic and by... The point I'm trying to make here is that we don't get to progress as a group. If one small team has a cool innovation like we have in the web with things like Tailwind or new rendering methods in React or TRPC and new ways to pass things between server and client, in the open source world, those wins get shared across the whole ecosystem, and other tools that are unrelated will start adopting those ideas. We even saw stuff like SwiftUI, which is the prominent way to make apps in iOS now, largely based on React's way of thinking and doing things. It's awesome to watch how these ideas slowly infect the entire open source world, app dev. It even worked for Electron. But it's not working in games the same way. The only universal progress that exists in the game world is like when consoles moved over to SSDs, or Unreal Engine adds a cool feature and Unity rushes to add it soon after. That's about all, though. The lack of shared innovation in the game space is heartbreaking. It takes years, if not decades, for lessons to be learned between different studios. One very good point from chat. When the Quake engine was open sourced, it revolutionized first-person shooters as well as modding after it was released. So many of my favorite games, so many of my favorite IPs and experiences came from the Quake engine going open source. And I cannot imagine where game dev would be today if it wasn't for the giants that we got to stand on the shoulders of with those incredible, groundbreaking releases. But that's gone. It's entirely gone. And my spicy take on all of this is, we look at all of this. This is a massive failure of the game dev industry. The game dev industry not meaningfully embracing open source and the communities that form around it has put it at an existential risk of being circumvented since the decision to do this was made. It wasn't a decision, it was corporate greed, slowly centralizing all of the things that we used to build games. But there's one other point here that's really, really important. Gamers hate game devs. I don't care if anybody disagrees with this, you're wrong. The sentiment is so obvious. If you're a person who loves music, you will defend your favorite musicians tooth and nail through terrible things. If you love movies, you will defend your favorite actors. You will follow every movie that comes from your favorite director. If you love games, there's a good chance that you have talked shit on the people who made one of your favorite games. If you call yourself a gamer, like that's your identity, you have shirts that say it, you tell people that when people ask, what do you do? Oh, I'm a gamer, like capital G gamer. If that's how you identify, there's a very high, like greater than 50% chance you've said some terrible shit on a forum about a game dev that you don't know anything about, that made a game you probably haven't even played. It's actually horrifying to me as a fan of the arts, how big the gap is between the enthusiastic gamer versus the enthusiastic person in the music scene, the enthusiastic cinema guy. The enthusiastic gamer looks down on the people making their games. The enthusiastic music lover looks up to the people who make music. The gap there is so tangible and so frustrating to me as a person who loves the arts, that I, as an application dev, have gotten more love than I ever have gotten, or my friends building awesome games have gotten in the game dev world. It always struck me as not just odd, but destructive that this was the case. And then the devs that are actual fucking garbage, like someone just brought up Todd Howard, getting away with murder because they hit a spec sheet with a fun list of things people align with. And the game devs that get the most credit are the ones who shit on the most work of other game devs. People like Jonathan Blow have a following because they don't actually ship games ever. They just talk shit on everyone else's. And it's heartbreaking to see that shit talking in the game space makes you much, much more successful than raising the positive works that you see others completing and sharing good stuff in the space. It has broken my heart for a decade plus now. It is getting worse, not better. Here's one. I unironically get more positive feedback in a month of developing business dashboards than I did in my entire game dev career. There you fucking go. I don't care if you disagree with me. You're wrong. Being a game dev is so shitty. You get more shit than you would doing other things. You make way less money. You have less job security. You work harder, and no one will ever care about the thing you're doing most of the time. And even if they care about the thing, they still don't care about you. It is such a thankless thing. And as a result, there is not much pride in the game dev industry right now. So it's harder to get into the game dev industry. It's harder to get started building your first game. It's harder to release that game on the platforms people actually use. It's harder to have people support you as a game dev than any other type of dev. And it's harder to make money than it is in any other type of dev. At least you love what you're doing, right? loving what you're doing doesn't take away from the mental health hit you take when everyone else around you hates you for it. And the regularity in which I see game devs that did nothing wrong getting flamed endlessly, it breaks my heart to the point where I don't participate in the game dev space anymore because of how bad this is. It's insane. So we need ways to lower the friction for somebody who wants to start experimenting and making their first game. We need ways to solve the problems created by an industry that never open sourced its work and fears doing such because gamers are going to complain that they're doing these other things and not fixing the game that they love. The combination of gamers being entitled assholes and an industry desperate to make enough money to survive has resulted in everyone kind of losing. And AI doesn't represent a bunch of artists getting fired. AI represents a fundamental shakeup in how games are started, discovered, distributed, and more. It means that a person like Levels here can make a game that makes a lot of money, not because the game is good or even because the idea is good. Certainly not because the AI tools he built it with are good. Certainly not because his understanding of what he built is good. He can be successful because he has distribution. And for the first time, he, as a person with distribution, can circumvent this corrupt fucking industry that has kept us from sharing each other's wins for a decade now. The fact that a random person with enough followers on Twitter can make more money on a game than Sony can with the Concord shit show shows how bad the state of the current industry is. And it's not like there isn't enough money made on video games every year. This is an old chart, but it's the one I was thinking of. In 2016, all film distribution made $49 billion. Games made double. Combine music and film, and you're a little over half of how much money game dev makes overall. This needs to be chopped into tiny pieces. I just don't think that this is how the industry is working. The fact that this small number of companies that push us away from open game tools are printing money while indie devs can barely afford to get by means that we need to burn these publishers to the fucking ground. They are profiting from gamers hating the teams at the publishers, and they're the ones who are adding all of the loot boxes and crazy monetization shit and shuttering the teams that we love. The way that these tools are built, or the way that this ecosystem works, is fundamentally wrong right now. And I can only say this so confidently coming from the music world where I watched this happen and I'm seeing us bounce back since, and coming from the software development world where the open source ecosystem allowed for small businesses to poke holes in massive ships. The fact that a company like Vercel can spin up from an open source project and the fact that a company like Vercel can pop up from a small open source project like Next.js built around Facebook's open source project React, and now they're giving AWS a run for their money is unbelievable. That's so cool. And we don't see that at all in game dev. The closest thing we have is like Stardew Valley, which exists because Nintendo was too lazy to maintain the Harvest Moon franchise. And why I'm excited about AI game dev, and the reason I'm excited about AI games has nothing to do with the games themselves. It's the combination of threatening the people who prevented an open game ecosystem from existing, as well as the massively reduced barrier for entry for kids who want to make their first game. That is incredible. That's revolutionary. That is an awesome thing. Not because we're all going to be playing games built by AI. Maybe we will a little bit. Maybe we will like dick around on them on our computer when we're bored between classes like we did with Flash games. But the real reason this is incredible is people who would never have been able to get into game dev or might have tried and churned can now go all the way and make things that we can't even conceive right now. As a person who genuinely loves games, I want other people who love them to be the ones making them. I don't want corporations hiring massive teams to make super high resolution art for Assassin's Creed 72. I want inspired developers to make magical experiences that are unlike anything anyone else has seen, that kind of suck, but also challenge our knowledge and expectations of what a game is. I want gaming to keep getting better. And as much as people will hate me for saying it, the people who I want in gaming are more likely to get in if they have an AI tool to hold their hand as they get started. And if your concern is that the quality of these games is going to result in less game devs and more of these indie hackers, you're wrong. Because again, I guess kind of as a benefit of the gaming community being so shit, the lack of good open source resources means that you can't AI generate a real game because there aren't anywhere near good enough pieces for us to use in the training to AI generate a good game. But on the other hand, there are these tools that are super hard to get into, like Three.js, React 3 Fiber, or even stuff like Phaser, that are more accessible than they've ever been before. And that's a really exciting thing. And if you think you can get through all of this without coding, you're no better than the people who shit on Flash because ActionScript's not a real language, or better than the people who shit on Undertale because GameMaker is a visual programming tool. No, it's not. You have to write actual code to make anything real in GameMaker. You have to be in your code editor, moving around things and actually changing code in Cursor if you want to make a game that's even actually playable. It's not as simple as people like to think. And if you think that an AI, or if you honestly think that Peter dicking around in Cursor is going to take your job in the game dev world, you're probably right because you're probably bad at that job. But if you see what he's doing and your response is, oh, cool, more people getting into game dev, or, that's interesting, but there's no way you can make something actually good because it's not going to have the resources needed and he probably has to learn to code anyways, you're going to be fine. Interesting take. The only IDE that doesn't require writing code is Unreal Engine. A hilarious point. And I don't think anyone would say that an Unreal Engine dev isn't a real developer because of the association that we have with the tools. I want a future where a 12-year-old Theo can open up the web, have an experience he's never had before, and then start making things. They don't have to be good. They can be as bad as Scratch games used to be. We need ways to distribute them, ways to experience them, ways to experiment and learn and make mistakes and grow. And the current game dev industry is not built to provide that. And if we want to have more games, more ideas, more options, and more variety in the game dev world, we can't get there by glazing the 3 to 4 big companies that keep re-releasing the same thing with slightly higher resolution. We need to support the people making things independently in the tools that allow for these independent creators to be more successful. Companies like itch.io, which just came up in chat, are a huge step in this direction. Companies that take smaller cuts so that these indie game devs can make more money and give them distribution and opportunities to find success in these spaces are awesome. The problem is itch.io is so scared of the backlash of doing AI game stuff that they've skirted around it and don't really support it. The game dev world's fear of AI is going to result in a hard fork between AI game dev and rest of game dev that's going to result in very little sharing of information between the two. And it's going to keep a lot of people who get into game dev through AI from feeling like they can make the jump because the game devs they look up to are going to be talking so much shit on AI that they're going to feel like they don't belong and leave. And if you want to make sure all the people who are learning how to code using Cursor and Bolt and V0 go to build apps and not games, and we end up with more and more dashboards in the world and fewer unique ideas, you're doing a great job, game industry. You're making sure that inspired kids who just want to build cool things are going to work at like Raytheon or Palantir and not build games and make awesome experiences. And if that's the world you really want to live in, you're doing a fucking awesome job. But I want to live in a world with more awesome games and more awesome people making awesome games. So stop talking shit on AI games when most of them are being made by kids trying to figure out how to get into game dev. Take out your frustrations on the people who are holding back the industry, not on the people who are trying to make it into the industry. And if you're tired of artists getting fired because they're using AI to upscale the resolutions, stop buying games based on how pretty they look. Stop buying Skyrim re-releases. Stop buying Last of Us Part 1 re-released twice. Stop fucking supporting the chaos that is Sony and their... I don't get why people buy games by Bethesda and Sony anymore. I really don't. Astrobot was good. End of rant. Game industry is a mess. People are being annoying about all of this. Stop being mad at AI when the game industry is worse than the people who are trying to build things with this stuff. And Peter did nothing wrong. I think that's a good summary of my points. People don't seem too mad at this point, so I'm proud of my handling of this one. Let me know what you guys think. Do you want to get into game dev? Is AI helping? Or did I just go on a rant defending these billion-dollar companies that you think I'm insane for doing? Let me know in the comments. Enjoy the flame wars. And until next time, enjoy the flame war in the comments. Keep sharing your thoughts. And until next time, peace, nerds. Astrobot was awesome. It's one of the most fun games I've played in a while. This video of the year, I am really pumped to hear that. Outer Wilds DLC was not that recent. Outer Wilds DLC, I also played it very, very early. Remember, I was a playtester. Yeah, we know about this. I'll figure it out later. Safari's not a real browser. So I'm curious what your thoughts are on the industry, NMG, but the problem with the industry is big games are almost entirely focused on making people play 1 to 3 games and this centralizing of like game stuff. They want everyone playing the same small number of games, and like any individual only plays 1 to 2 games that they spend hundreds of dollars a year in, because it makes their story of production and maintaining their stuff way better. Whereas I, as a gamer, want more unique game experiences. I don't want to spend hundreds of hours in one game. I want to spend tens of hours in hundreds of them. I guess I have the other hot take of I don't really care about like multiplayer games that much right now. Yep, totally agree. Stop buying pretty versions of bad games from 5 years ago instead of games that are actually changing things, is what I meant with that take. I know I need to look into more of like how Factorio and all their stuff was made eventually. I saw something about this. Oh yeah, Harmony's making their weird framework around TypeScript. I did see this. I haven't had a chance to look into it yet. I think I might have already bookmarked it for Pocket to read later, but that was something I want to look into. I thank the people I missed while I was filming. I think I missed you, Mulchman, so I'll get started with you. Thank you for the Prime. Really appreciate that. We got Cyan Flare hitting the 1 year. Thank you so much for the support. Josh Sarah, always good to see you. 4 months in now. Kabir again with the 5 bomb. Thank you for throwing that earlier. And also gifting 1 extra sub over to Jakob here. 6, the tier 2, the few and the proud. Thank you for the 2 months of support. Carlos here with the tier 1 for 14 months. I own 6 months into tier 1, 9 months total. Thank you for the support. Compiled to machine code. Interesting. Shall we do the fragility of engineers? I don't remember what this one even was based on. Oh, similar. Notch replied. I can't believe Notch replied to Trash's shitpost. Holy shit. Let's do it. Similar enough to the main topic. It'll be fun. We're not using Remix. Why are all of these rumors spreading about the framework that we're using? We're using Next.js and React Router. We might make changes in the future, but for now it's fine-ish. I've had 3 different people ask, like, why did I use X for T3 chat? And every time they've been wrong about what I'm using. Quite amusing. Yesterday, 2 people were very confident I was using Vite for T3 chat, which I'm not. If AI game devs don't pipeline into other game dev, that's a failure on the gaming industry, not a failure on the AI tools. Yeah, planning a move. I'm still not sure. Remix isn't really a thing right now, but a React Router like framework version could be in our future. So could TanStack. I have forks on both kind of working, but we're moving too fast to make a framework switch right now. What's this one? Oh, yeah, I bookmarked this to look at later. Yeah, TanStack router's in a really good spot. Yeah, Elixir and Phoenix are 1000% out of the question for T3 chat. The nature of the number of long-lived processes and having to like spin up and scale servers while doing a local first experience, Phoenix will make that. Phoenix would be a massive downgrade in our developer experience, our like ability to ship fast, our scale, our server costs, and the user experience. And I'm saying this as a huge fan of Elixir and Phoenix. I'm building a single page app. I'm building a local first experience. Anything that results in the backend diverging more from the front end makes that worse and harder. I I love how quickly JBlow like pivots to fucking politics when complaining about AI game dev. I'm thankful I didn't pull this up during the stream and during the video because it would have made me much more an asshole. I want to keep my shots at JBlow indirect and subtle and deep in the content. It's been very sad to watch a game dev that I used to respect stop making games and start spewing hate constantly. But like the ratio for JBlo of like value added to the world to negativity added to the world in the last 10 years is just fucking comical. I don't think he shipped anything since or he hasn't shipped literally anything since The Witness, right? Yeah. He's gone entirely talking head. Yeah, the Looker was phenomenal. I'll be willing to bet he has nothing to do with Braid Anniversary Edition beyond giving it a thumbs up and maybe like looking at the game when it's being done by whatever team finishes it. I liked Braid a lot. I did see this. I actually replied to DHH's tweet on it saying it's one of the few things I largely agree on. The only disagreement I have is that I think Tim Cook's a phenomenal CEO for a giant business shipping at scales unimaginable. I don't think he's a hard ass enough on the product side. I think like previously, like Tim Cook was Steve Jobs' right-hand man. If only that was flipped. Like Tim Cook needs a Steve Jobs as his right-hand man who is fighting the product fight constantly while Tim Cook keeps the company fucking moving forward. Cook is a phenomenal CEO. He just isn't standing up for product quality enough because he doesn't necessarily know how. It's not his thing. Craig's the one that has to go. I could see that. I love Craig, but like as a person, I don't necessarily know much about his work. Let's do engineers are fragile. This will be fun, I'm sure. For the intro on this one, Phase, just zoom in on the tweet probably. And then maybe reveal my reply at the bottom. Why is everyone so fragile? You're mad that someone made a game with AI. You're mad that someone updated a JS library. You're mad that someone made Doom with TypeScript. Well, I'm mad that everyone's mad about these things. I have a lot of feelings on this one. It's a thing I've seen a lot of too. Feels like engineering is in this unique place where there is more progress than ever, but there's also more frustration about that progress. And it's unbelievable to me. The sheer levels of, I don't even know what to call it, just disdain I've been seeing from developers who don't like where things are going. Used to be something I would spend a lot of time thinking about and finding ways to solve. Like, how can we convince these developers that these things are good and that their frustrations are misplaced? Over time, my perspective has shifted, and I am much more aligned with what Trash is saying here. I think engineers as a whole have gotten quite fragile. I want to talk about what this means. But as an engineer, I want to come up with a funny transition. But since I'm about to talk a lot of shit on engineers, there's a good chance none of them will ever hire me again. So let's pay some bills really quick, and then we'll get back to it. So, why are engineers so fragile? This will be a fun one. There's a lot of layers to this one. Oh shit, Trash is here. Thanks for stopping by, man. Thanks for inspiring. This has been on my list to do for a while. It was a very good tweet, and I have a lot of feelings. I record my sponsor segments offline. This looks fine. Copy image. Paste image. There we go. Cool. So we need to start talking about normal curves. If somehow you're watching this, you're not familiar with normal curves, it's a pretty useful concept for how capabilities of things are distributed. There is the median, which is the thing right in the middle, the average, so to speak. I know median and average are different. You get what I'm saying. And then as you go further and further from the norm, those distant points become more and more rare and unique. Someone who is way worse than average is similarly rare to someone who's way better than average. We've all seen the normal curve meme, but we need to talk about what this means for developers. A fun mental exercise that I learned to do when I was very young that has haunted me since. You guys have probably done this one with me before. Imagine a perfectly down the middle quality engineer. Someone who is as average and median, middle of the road as possible. Person who you know isn't going to go excitedly learn a new technology, but you also know will write an if statement correctly without having to Google search for it. They might have to Google search for some other syntax, but the core fundamentals they probably know well enough. Your bog standard average engineer. Just picture this perfectly middle person. Half of engineers are worse at coding than that person. Not exactly 50%, but it's 49.9999. You get the idea. Very close to the majority of engineers are below average because that's how averages work. Thankfully, this also means half are better, but they're not a lot better. There are very few engineers that are significantly better than that average engineer, and there's a lot of engineers who are meaningfully worse. The myth of the 1x engineer, if you will. On one side of this chart, or in the middle here, we can imagine the 1x engineer right in the middle. You go down, you get to the 10x, and as you go the other way, you get to the 0.1x. This is the nature of engineering. But it's also the nature of something else that's important. If we go to my YouTube analytics, which give me 1 sec to make sure I don't leak things I don't want to do. Oh, yeah, my favorite bug. Here, I mentioned this before. See how it says stream finished when the stream's not finished? That's because it cached the wrong state, and then it catches up and figures out what it's supposed to actually be showing. Oh, YouTube. Dashboards are hard. Let's look at some recent videos. This one, my thoughts on vibe coding. Nearly 50,000 views. It's over that, but this number's delayed. 284 comments. That's roughly my usual ratio of comments to views. If we do that ratio out quick, 284 divided by 49,000, that's 0.6% roughly. So we do it the math for Theo's comment section. Around 0.6% of views or viewers leave comments. It's actually quite a bit less than that because one person will leave multiple comments. And it's actually quite a bit worse than this because any one person will often leave multiple comments. And I would estimate that greater than 90% of YouTube comments are left by less than 0.1% of viewers. This is from like very rudimentary numbers I've run on my side. The vast majority of YouTube comments are left by a very, very small percentage of people. The ratio here is insane. And this was a hard thing for me to digest as a YouTuber because I would talk to people about my videos and they'd be like, yeah, that was a really good one. I learned a lot from it. But then I would look at the comment section and it was a mix of porn bots and people flaming me for daring to say anything about their beloved tool. What I've since learned is that the people leaving comments are not normal. 0.6% of any group of people is not the normal group. The 0.6% of people leaving comments on my videos are not my average viewer. they think they are here. Those people, without question, imagine themselves as being in this upper echelon. But the more I've talked to the average commenter, and no offense to anyone who's left a comment on this video already. Actually, if you've left one before you got to the end of it, you are probably the person I'm talking about. But if you've left a comment that's kind, asking thoughtful questions, whatever, this isn't about you. This is about the majority of the comments that I get, which come from a minority of the people. They are here, and that is a hard thing for them to accept. It is unnatural to enjoy feeling stupid. So if you encounter something that makes you feel stupid, your instinct is to fight it. Your instinct is to pretend that you're here, because the alternative is that you're here and that makes you feel bad. It's our job as engineers to feel stupid a lot. And it's unnatural for humans to feel stupid a lot. These two facts are what make engineers so insecure. I am very fortunate that I learned how to code after I learned how to skateboard, because you don't get good at skateboarding by sitting in class reading about the history of the skateboard. Or as I saw somebody very excitedly saying, let me find, actually, there's a really good tweet I want to cite for this. Here we are. Y'all might know Giggly. She's a Harvard grad CS student that now has a job in software development. Pretty good at what she does. There's a lot of men on Twitter who are really mad at her existence as a cute girl who went to Harvard, got a degree, and makes money doing code. A Harvard-educated software engineer, without using a search engine, who's considered to be the father of modern information theory? This is somebody who's on one side of the curve and thinks they're on the other. He doesn't want to feel stupid. And since that person looks down on women, a woman being a successful engineer, a woman being more successful than him, makes him feel stupid. So instead, he says something even stupider. People are saying that's bait. I legitimately don't think it is, having read through this person's other posts. And bait used to be believable, but this isn't funny enough to be bait. This is just somebody being incredibly stupid. And I've seen so many things like that in my comment section. You guys have no idea. And there is so much of that. If you just read through someone like Giggly's replies, it's hilarious. It's so common that engineers are sensitive to feeling stupid and find random things to prove that they're actually the legit engineer. And again, to compare to skateboarding, where I came from, if someone finds a way to do a really insane trick, the response isn't, well, you don't know enough about the history of skateboarding to do that. People would do that here and there if you like did a trick that had already been done. But the response when people would talk shit was like, why the fuck are you doing that? This person just did an incredible thing. This 18-year-old just did an unbelievable trick. Why are you mad about it? What the fuck is wrong with you? Because you didn't get good at skateboarding by obsessing over every detail of the history. If you do that, it's fun and exciting. And the people who are the encyclopedias of skateboarding are held in a different way in the skateboarding world. We don't see the gods, or we don't see, God, I want some good names for this one. Somebody like Jake Phelps, who used to run Thrasher, knows every detail of the history of skateboarding, who did what trick in what place, and when they did it, and who they were inspired by to do it. He was not a good skateboarder. He just loved skateboarding and the entirety of the world of skateboarding and became the person sharing that knowledge with so many. But that was different, and he didn't view himself as a skater in the traditional sense. He did cared deeply and was a skateboarder. He'd skate every day to and from work and around the city. But his knowledge of skateboarding didn't make him a skateboarder. His love of skateboarding made him a skateboarder. The knowledge was just the thing he chose to focus on. The best skateboarders aren't the ones who know everything about skateboarding. It's actually kind of funny how often the best skateboarders don't know shit about skateboarding. They don't watch videos. They don't know anything about it. They just go and do it and then go home to their wife and kids. Because you don't get good at skateboarding by learning all the details. You get good at skateboarding by doing it. And whether or not we want to admit this as engineers, it is the exact same thing. If the fundamentals are important to you in your work, you will discover that and learn them. If the history of information theory in software development, and if the, why are none of these that I was trying to find? And if the history of information theory is important to your job, I would question if your job is actually software engineering in the first place. But the biggest thing that skateboarding taught me was to love failure. I learned how to do tricks at skateboarding by screwing them up over and over again, by hitting the ground, getting it wrong, getting hurt, and then trying again, and again, until I somehow managed to ride away. And that feeling of riding away was so magical that I would push through those hard things to get there. And slowly I learned to not hate the bails and hate the failed attempts. I learned to love them, because those failed attempts to land a trick, each one got me slightly closer to actually riding away. So by the time I moved to software dev and my apps weren't compiling, it didn't feel that bad, because at the very least, I'm not risking breaking my arm every time my app fails to build. So I learned to love that feeling of doing it wrong, of being stupid. I learned to love the failures because they meant I was getting closer to success. That is an awesome thing. And I love somebody just brought this up. Been rock climbing for almost a year now. 99% is a failure. 99% of rock climbing is failure. Yeah, succeeding every time means you're not growing. I was going to make a joke, doesn't fit anymore, of like, devs getting into hobbies where if you aren't 100% capable, you're bad, is funny to me. And I kind of think of rock climbing that way. Thankfully, in like rock climbing gyms, you can fall and get back up. It's fine. Rock climbing, an actual giant rock, one failure means you die. And if that's how you work, if that's the thing you do for fun, and you bring that mental model back to software dev, you're never going to do better. You're not going to improve. It's so important to work in ways where you can fail and learn and grow, and learning to love the failures is essential. To be really good, you need to fail 10,000 times. Yes. Human nature, humans were biologically, humans evolved to avoid things that make them feel bad and dumb. Very good thing. Humans steering away from the things that make them feel bad and dumb generally keeps them safer. If you get in the back of a plane and you look around and see all the controls and say, I don't think I'm smart enough to do this, you might save some lives by not doing it. If you look at a wound on your leg after making a dumb mistake and say, hey, I probably shouldn't run into metal things anymore, you'll be safer. If you put your hand on a fire and realize it hurts and you get burned, you'll probably do that less. We are engineered to steer away from things that hurt us and make us feel dumb. But engineering is encouraging us to do things that make us feel dumb. Because of this, engineers are in a weird space where we feel dumb more often than the average person. The average person probably feels stupid maybe a few times a day. Not a lot, but some number of them. A great engineer feels dumb a lot of times a day because they're working in things they're not familiar with. They might have changed their mental model for it where they don't feel dumb. It now feels unfamiliar, and that's how they categorize it in their brain and how they process it. But you should at the very least feel unfamiliar regularly as an engineer, or you're not growing and you're probably not doing your job very well. The complexity of the stuff that we do necessitates a level of unfamiliarity due to the wide range of things that exist in our field. And that range is growing constantly. As such, we find interesting ways to cope. If this is the world of engineering, this circle, as we all know, data sets are always circles. World of engineering. There's a lot of different types. I'll specify software engineering. I know you are mad that software engineer isn't a real term or whatever. They can screw off. This circles the world of software engineering. There are lots of different sections in here. You can pretend that it's cut in a linear way. It's not. Let's say we have game dev, web dev, infra, and operating systems. Not meant to be a comprehensive list. Certainly not meant to properly represent the ratios, because it would probably look like this nowadays. Like at best. If we were to pretend it's only these four things, maybe something like that. You get the point, though. The problem is, if you live in one of these worlds, like within web dev, we have like the React bubble. We have like jQuery people that are still insisting that jQuery is the only way to do things, even though the creator of jQuery doesn't do that. We have all the other tools and technologies and things in this one bubble. If you are a really good React dev, I would say best case, you like maybe understand 2/3 of React and the things that it's used for. Like best case, like the best React devs in the world, like the ones who work at Meta, maybe they can fill out like this side of this one bubble here. And then you ask them about how suspense works within React 3 Fibers parallel loading, and they look at you like you're an alien speaking a different language. Or what happens sometimes that's even more fun is React's place in this bubble moved. They actually moved down so that it overlaps with infra a bit with server components. All of a sudden, knowing all of React means you need to know a little bit about infra too. And it didn't move there, it grew there. So if your understanding of the world is this box, like this is where you currently live and reside, and you fought really hard to know everything in this box, and you're really proud, you're a great engineer, you start doing stupid things like saying, well, game devs don't know what they're talking about. They're not real devs. Operating systems are silly. Just use macOS. Backend is stupid. Why are people still building servers when they can just use Vercel? And at the same time, we have people in the infra world who are expected more and more to build good applications and systems that work well with applications, saying, well, I won't have to do that if we just said HTML. React's a joke. Game dev, shmame dev, they think things are so hard, just put it in a sync engine and be done with it. Operating systems, I already have Linux. What do you need to change? Stop changing Linux. You're just making my life harder. All of these boxes exist because we live in them. It's the work that we do and the way that we think about things. Somebody brought up the example of asking Dan Abramov about CSS. Very, very amusing. A fun convo I had with Dan way back when server components were happening was about cold starts on Lambda. I had to explain how Lambda worked to Dan Abramov as he was architecting server components because the idea of cold starts wasn't a thing that made sense to him yet. I had to explain all of these things, and that's not because Dan's a bad engineer. It's because he lives in a different box, and that's fine because he's excited to realize the box has many directions he's not going in yet, and he can learn about all of them. But if you live in this box and you're very happy with it, and then the box gets bigger that way, suddenly you went from knowing 50% of React and feeling like you knew 80% of React to knowing like 30%. And that feeling sucks, especially if it goes over a line that you're not comfortable with. Because you're fighting to be confident in the thing you already do. You put a lot of work in to build this little box around the part of React that you work in every day. You've also put a lot of time into looking down on the people who aren't doing the thing you're doing, saying that they are lesser in some way, assuming you're insecure enough. We've all built our mental boxes around what we do every day, and as a result, we inherently see what we do as more complex and what other people do as less complex. It's Dunning-Kruger. It's partially Dunning-Kruger, partially the strange fear of things that are unfamiliar, and also the feeling of being stupid. If you're not familiar with the Dunning-Kruger, as you get into a thing, you start to think you fully understand it and can do it and be successful with it. And then as you learn how complicated the thing actually is, you immediately have your confidence plummet and then slowly build it back up as you learn more and more about the thing. If you know how to engineer within one of the boxes or one of the parts of this world, you don't have to go very far into the others to feel like you know what you're doing. And if you stop there, you'll just look down on those things. So if you're building some infrastructure for some weird project and you put together an HTML page for it, and then you add one interaction with a web component, you'll be like, wow, this is so easy. Everybody thinks React is necessary. They must suck. And then you look down on them. And then when you see innovation happening in that space, you look down on it because you currently reside here in your knowledge of the thing. And the people who are smarter than you about it are going to be less confident than you about it because they know more. And the more you know, the less confident you are. There are questions people could ask me about React 3 years ago that I would very confidently answer. It might even be correct about. And now I would say, I'm going to go check the source code quick. Because as much as I think I know, I'm more aware of what I don't. And I'm very aware that my confidence can be misplaced in something as complex as the React ecosystem. All of this combines to people feeling weird. If you spent years building this little knowledge box and you managed to get a job in it and be the React expert at your company because you know a little over half of React, and now React is suddenly moving in a different direction, not leaving the space you're in, but expanding into others, that's going to feel personal. And I've seen devs that I used to look up to being very hostile towards the React team and community for daring to venture into spaces they don't want to be in. One of the cool things React did was enable front-end leaning devs, people who wanted to focus on the browser, CSS, styles, JS, animations, integrations, or accessibility and all of that. They wanted to be a senior developer on the web. And the cool thing React did was, by enabling new levels of complexity in our web applications, they also enabled a need for engineers who could wrangle that complexity and build these gigantic web apps with hundreds, if not thousands, of devs contributing. That meant we had senior to principal level devs doing nothing but managing Webpack configs and package JSONs and reviewing code from other teams and making sure this giant pile of React doesn't crumble. And they did all of that without touching a goddamn server. React was key in enabling developers at enterprise companies building applications for users to have full career paths and trajectories without leaving one side, without leaving web dev. And that was pretty cool. Not because everything's way more complex than it needs to be, but because massive complexity was now possible just within web dev itself, allowing for bigger, better apps, bigger teams to work on those apps, and more knowledge to be necessary, but also existing within that space. But if you were so excited, but if your excitement came from the fact that you could now be a principal level engineer working in JS and CSS on the web primarily, watching React push you towards the server feels like you're being betrayed. That promise of now you can have a full, fulfilling career in web dev, you really should use the infra too. That extra whisper at the end hurts them and makes them feel insecure, because React gave them a security that they could be a principal level engineer and they could make $500K a year and deserve it just writing JavaScript in the browser all day. that being challenged makes them go back to the insecurity they felt when they first were learning web dev. It makes them feel dumb again. And these people might not have felt dumb for a while because they're the best React engineer at their company. When anyone has any problem with React, they're the person they go to ask. And since they are not the 0.6% of people who leave comments, they're not in the Twitter world or in my comment section or in here enough to have great engineers pushing back on them to make them feel dumber. One of the best things that ever happened to me after being at Twitch, where I was surrounded with incredible engineers that knew React way better than me, was getting pulled into the open source community outside and having some of the best engineers in the world. People like Tanner Lindsley, Paul Henschel, Ryan Carniato, Fred Schott. Why do I always forget the name of the girl who built most of Radix? It's Jens, yeah. Fuck. Didn't mean to close that. I'll retake that. I'm incredibly fortunate that my time at Twitch was almost always surrounded by awesome engineers pushing me to be better and also trying to learn from me as I would go down these deep rabbit holes. And after I left Twitch, I got pulled into the open source community and had incredible developers and I had so many incredible developers from there take me in and give me more to aspire to and people to learn from. People like Jens, who helped build Radix. People like Tanner Lindsley, who built the whole Tan stack in React Query. People like Ryan Carniato, who built Solid, or Fred Schott, who built Astro. These people were so excited to go deep on the details with me, and they were way smarter than me. So I knew that I wasn't the best in the world at this stuff, but I loved it so much that I could hold the conversation with them and keep learning through them. I don't know where I would be if I didn't get to feel stupid every step along the way, if I didn't have that opportunity to keep humbling myself and learning more and more about things like this. It's why I love software. I feel like I can run in any given direction and find more to learn the further I go. And that's awesome. I'm looking for growth, not comfort. Most people don't, though. Growth versus comfort is probably the biggest issue that we have here. Most people hit a point in their life where they don't want to keep improving and growing. They are happy with where they're at, and they are wanting things to slow down. Maybe they have a family and kids. Maybe they are saving up for their retirement fund so they can go have a farm or do some other job. They might have spent their whole career up until that point learning new things, trying new tools, pushing new solutions, challenging themselves to improve and be better. But most people don't do that. And even the ones who do, for the most part, eventually stop. They slow down. There are very few people who consistently throughout the entirety of their lives are challenging themselves to do new things, pushing themselves to do things they're unfamiliar with and improve every day. And that makes me sad because at the very least, I hope that I'll be continuing to improve for as long as I'm on this goddamn earth. I want to challenge myself and learn new things and try new stuff. That's why this YouTube channel exists. Not because I failed to get a job in engineering, quite the opposite. I had too many opportunities in engineering, but all of them were surrounded by people who I didn't really think I could learn from. And I was tired of being the only person who cared about technologies and new solutions and new frameworks and stuff. So I made this channel to just get it out of my system and talk about these things. I really wanted to. And then it blew up almost immediately because a lot of y'all want the same thing. My average viewer is not somebody who is in one of these boxes that's really insecure about the box getting bigger or feels really bad when someone tells about something that is in a different place. If someone joins your team and their knowledge is here and your knowledge is here, the instinct for many people is to talk shit on this and say, well, that's not a real thing. That's Flutter or that's Vue. No one actually ships that. But the reality is that most of the time, these are just different experiences and different lived realities. Except for Flutter. I've never seen a good Flutter app. But other than that, this is a difference in our experience. And when I look at this and I see somebody who has this knowledge, it excites me. But there's another painful reality with this. If you look too excited about the things you don't know, there are a lot of engineers who will just assume that you are dumb. I had this really bad. Another one of the reasons this channel exists is a story I've like hinted at a few times, and I've never found a better place to put it than here. My channel probably wouldn't exist, or rewording on this. Linear is partially responsible for this channel. The reason that Linear is responsible for this channel is because they rejected me as one of their first hires when I interviewed there. Why did Linear reject me from working there? When I was going to interview at Linear, I was really excited. I went and watched some talks from the developers at Linear. And one of those talks was all about really performant state management and sync in React back in 2019. I thought that was so cool. And after working at 2 startups and doing some consulting where I was the smart engineer, I really wanted someone I could learn from. And I was so excited to potentially go to Linear so I could learn from these people who were smarter than me, who had more experience than me, and get the opportunity to be in a room full of talented people again, pushing to better themselves and better the things that they're working on. Because I wanted it so badly. I just missed being surrounded with smart people that would push each other to improve. The rejection I got from Linear changed how I think about engineering entirely. I'm going to go find it quick. I'm just going to copy the text so that I don't accidentally leak the email. Box it. Cool. Here's the actual email I got. Wanted to circle back from your call with Jory. I wasn't sure if he has communicated feedback to you yet, but unfortunately, they made the tough decision to not move forward. Jory loved your passion and your gaining experience with the right technologies, but overall felt that they need a bit more experience at this time. The problem was that I expressed my excitement to learn from him. I am 100% certain if I had just flexed what I could do, instead of expressing my excitement to learn from him, I would have gotten that job. This was about 4 months before I started my YouTube channel and 2 months before I started my company. It's rare I say a company fumbled me. There are plenty of times where I got a rejection that made sense. Like I got rejected from Retool and that one made sense. I was not the right fit for them. Linear fucked up hard with this mistake. They've now hired like 20 people to do the job I and one other person could have done for them. And I followed up after too, saying, hey, I feel like there might be a misunderstanding here. I'm not trying to like gloat, but I know what the fuck I'm doing. I think this rejection happened because I expressed my excitement about learning from this team. That wasn't because I have to learn because I'm underqualified. I'm excited to have a team of people who know what the fuck they're doing so that I can continue to grow. And I originally was distraught by this because I was very excited about Linear at the time. But after thinking through it a little bit and talking with a couple other people, hell, it was, I think, 2 weeks after this, not even, that Tanner Lindsley, the creator of React Query, asked me to go investigate tRPC for him, which kickstarted the T3 stack in this entire YouTube channel. So it was entirely a fumble on their part. I am amused at the level of fumble that happened there. But the fact that the industry had rejected my excitement and energy and my desire to grow meant I had to find somewhere else for it. If I couldn't get a job where my excitement to learn was going to keep me moving forward, then I needed to find a place where I could do it instead. And that's why I say this. I needed a place to have these conversations, to talk about these things I was excited about. And I could say almost certainly, if Jory didn't fuck up his interview with me, that my channel might not exist. And the engineers he hires today might not be as good because they're all watching my goddamn YouTube channel. I would guarantee the 20 people he hired instead of me all watch my channel to keep up, and a decent number of them are probably watching this too. Hi, your boss sucks at hiring. I hope that doesn't affect you in your career. Yeah. The thing that took me much longer to realize is that part of why I didn't get this opportunity was insecurity. The realization that a spunky, excited kid could keep up with them was not something they wanted to process yet. So instead of processing it, they rejected me because that was easier. It was way easier. And I get it. Accepting that some 20-something-year-old kid that just left Twitch knows what they're doing really well is hard. And if you can flip it in your head, like, your brain will always take the easiest path by default. And since your brain doesn't want to feel dumb, if it's ever handed a path that gives you an easy out, you will naturally take it. On YouTube, I see this a lot with people trying to find success and get views, and they will constantly blame the algorithm or the way things are being recommended or a change to the app as the reason they're not finding success. If a developer is struggling to get hired, they'll blame the state of the hiring world. They'll blame the technical interview process. They'll blame the frameworks for changing all the time and not recognizing the value in their toolkit from 10 years ago instead of improving. People like to find ways to excuse their lack of success, and it's much easier to do that than to push through it. And I know a lot of YouTubers feel strongly about this because I accidentally outgrew most of them in a month. It is what it is, and I get why people feel that way, because it doesn't feel good to see someone finding success with something you struggled with. So instead of recognizing your opportunity to grow, it is our nature, it is the way our brains work to do the opposite, to find an easy out, an excuse. And brains love excuses. So to go back to the core point, why are engineers fragile? I think there's a few key pieces that led to us being the way we are. One, our jobs require us to feel dumb. Two, it's human nature to fight back when you feel dumb. Three, the breadth of the dev world is insane. There's always more to learn, and it's always changing. And we are always pursuing better ways to do things in dev. Doesn't mean you have to keep up, but it means someone is. And if you're not as far along as they are, which makes you feel bad. And then there is the tribal nature of it all. Since we have our tribes, we have our little bubbles within our little sections, it's very easy for us to look down on the people outside of our section on here. And this happens in almost every industry. The FBI looks down on the police, and the police look down on FBI. Street chefs get frustrated with Michelin star chefs, and Michelin star chefs think the street chefs have no idea what they're doing. When you live in different bubbles within an industry, it's easy to not understand the thing on the other side and to start looking down on it as a result. I even experienced that as a YouTuber. I noticed the moment where my audience stopped seeing me as the open source developer who happens to have a YouTube channel and instead saw me as the YouTuber who pretends he knows how to write code. I watched that shift happen, and it happened right around 100,000 subscribers for me. Humans are tribal by nature, and if being tribal allows them to deal with these other parts more easily, they will. And as a result of that, there's a lot of people who talk a lot of shit about things that they don't really know anything about. But there's one really important piece to remember about all of this. The thing I started with. Where are we? Here. The rude comments that inspired all of this, the people being stupid on Twitter about AI game generation, the people who are leaving rude comments on this very video right now, they are not average. They are certainly not above average. The vast majority of those people are a tiny little blip right here. And this tiny little blip is very, very loud, very, very annoying. But this blip is responsible for the majority of the negativity on the internet. It's the classic loud minority thing, as chat's already pointing out, but it goes further. Because the majority of people aren't saying anything at all. It's not just the loudness and the reach of the message, it's the messages in the first place. The average anime profile picture shitposter on Twitter posts 100 times more than actual developers do. The sheer volume of things coming from these insecure people is massive because it's what they're doing instead of learning or shipping or improving the things that they do. The people who make this much noise and complain this often aren't shipping shit. They don't do anything. They just complain all day. And they do not represent engineering. It's annoying to think that the negativity towards React isn't a big deal because we see it everywhere, but the people who are shilling it are a very, very, very small portion of the users of React. The average React developer doesn't even have a Twitter account, much less, if they do, they're probably not talking about React on it very much. I didn't think this YouTube channel would have any viewers at all because I didn't think many people wanted to watch videos about software dev. And I was wrong. There's way more than I expected, but it's still like way less than a 10th of engineers, probably closer to a 50th. Those engineers will be better than average and help push their teams to be better too. They might send one of my videos to a teammate, but the people who enjoy consuming this content are not average. And the people who like shitting on this content are even less than average. They're very, very small portion of the group. And when you're seeing all of this negativity on the internet, I encourage that you take some time to talk to people in the real world. Find a developer who isn't online, but talks about these things at work and does it for a living. See how they feel first before being so confident that everyone hates React and everyone's moving away. Because when you talk to real developers, you'll realize things are not what you might think they are in your little bubble. I even run into this here because I'm in SF. So we are a bubble of people who care a hell of a lot more than average. And if I'm not careful and I don't talk to developers outside of this bubble whenever I have the opportunity, then I will lose touch too. I'm just obsessive and nerdy about these things. I would be looking into the newest framework releases with or without my YouTube channel. I just am lucky to have found a way to healthily engage, continue to push myself to learn and grow and try new things, but also profit from it, run a team on it, and benefit from doing this instead of it being a useless side quest I go on. The people on the other side are trying to justify not doing it, trying to justify refusing to improve, trying to feel better about the fact that they haven't learned anything in 10 plus years. It's a hell of a lot easier to talk shit on React than it is to learn it. And humans will always take the path of least resistance without a little bit of motivation to go the other way. So the next time you see an engineer saying something fragile and stupid, just think to yourself, is the alternative easier or harder? Is them understanding the thing an easier path for them, or is it a harder path for them? And if the answer is it's an easier path, that's probably why they're doing it. Not because the thing they're talking about is actually bad, simply because it's easier to talk shit than it is to learn the thing. And then go apply this to my take on Flutter, and you'll understand the depth of my hatred for it. I think I've made my points. Engineers are fragile. There's reasons why. And the ones that are the most fragile are the ones that make the most noise. We should start ignoring them. People who build actual things are who we should learn from. And we should take the time to learn from the engineers who aren't posting all the time, but are actually shipping things every day. Let me know what you guys think about this one and have fun in this comment section. Until next time, keep flaming me. I'm not going to do this. It used to be fine, but I'm scared of where it's at now. I think that was a good one. This is a fair point. I could have touched more on AI. If we want to let the product speak for them, then I can go open up React Scan. But I think that the things they say over email to potential hires say much more than their product does. And the fact that I hit them up with the, hey, I think this is a misunderstanding, would love to chat. And they ghosted me twice. And I gave them an opportunity a year later, too, where I hit them up and was like, hey, I still feel like this was fumbled and I still kind of feel burned on it. I would love to catch up and make sure you're not missing out on great potential hires because of this. And got ghosted again. Jory never hit me up once. I never got another word from Jory after our 30-minute call. I have held this one for years. I've given them plenty of opportunity to fix it. I've even hinted at these things in ways that I know made it to Linear. They never bothered. I do not feel bad in the slightest. I'm a Linear customer. But their hiring is pathetic, and Jory should feel bad. So if I have an opportunity to talk about insecure engineers and fragile engineers, I'm going to do that. Yeah, this is a very good point, Hangry Game Dev. What's considered rude? I see people who dish out deadpan critique being called rude because it wasn't sugarcoated, and it enables people to ignore it. Exactly. It's so much easier for someone to say, oh, Theo's just an asshole, he doesn't know what he's talking about, than to process the feedback. The size of non-web tech desktop dev is so small that it wouldn't register on the chart right now. Yeah, it's easier to pretend I don't know what I'm talking about than to accept the things I'm saying. So I'm saying a lot of the things that if you talk to industry people will quickly agree is the reality. But if you're online and pretending that software dev isn't real, yeah. Okay, I have a couple more points I want to make for that one. You guys have inspired me. More for fragile engineers. Good. Okay, so sneak this in between the Linear partially responsible rant and right before I cut to why are engineers fragile. Make that the end part. This is going to be 2 quick tangents. Cool. I almost just wrapped this up without talking about artificial intelligence. And I honestly think I can make most of the points I need to without talking about AI. But AI represents a very painful moment for a lot of these insecure devs. Because if you're one of those devs that's in the lower quadrants here, you're one of the devs that isn't doing particularly well and is on the lower end. AI programming is probably around here in terms of the quality. Like, it can put out better code than at least 20% of engineers, I would guess. Depends on the task and a lot of other things, but it's not quite like an average experienced engineer. But it's far along enough that the people in this space, be it the ones who are just learning how to code or the ones who have refused to learn anything new for 10 years, these people feel awful right now because the writing's on the wall for them. The wall being the skill level for the AI. Being on the other side of the AI skill wall is very painful. And it makes you feel like you've just wasted a ton of time and energy and effort and everything that you've spent your life on. And considering that a lot of us were promised very early, like, just learn to code. Google is the best place in the world to work. Everyone just Google searches everything all the time. Great engineers barely even know what they're doing. You guys might remember this take. These happened all the time. This was Prime's favorite thing to shit on. That the people saying the whole just Google everything, no one knows what they're doing stuff are bad. There's two sides to this one. On one hand, if you're Google searching everything every day and you're doing the same Google searches regularly, you're not actually growing and you're not actually a good engineer and you are going to be replaced with AI. On the other hand, if you're constantly dipping your feet in different things, you're constantly challenging yourself in ways where you're playing with things you've never heard of before, you're solving a problem in a way that's complex enough that you're trying a new technology that requires you to learn all these other different new things, then you are Google searching a lot. And if there's a Dunning-Kruger here in a very, there's a, there's a really good, there's a good IQ meme of this one for sure, the bell curve meme, where on the left side, it's just Google search everything because they don't know what they're doing. On the right side, it's just Google search everything because they're doing such hard stuff and trying new things all the time. And then in the middle, it's like, wait, no, if you're Google searching, you don't know what you're doing. The midwit meme is very real here of the people in the middle insisting that if you Google search, you're bad. The people on the right saying, no, I'm doing different things every day. I'm experimenting with different technologies and solutions and challenging myself consistently. I have to keep learning. I need to keep Googling. And then people who don't know what the fuck they're doing at all see that and are like, oh, well, if a great engineer is Googling all the time, then it's okay that I am too, and just never develop the skill. And that sucks. That's just not good. And a lot of people were sold this promise. A lot of people were told, if you go to this programming boot camp for 3 months, you'll make $100,000 a year. And that was encouraged because Google was tired of paying people $200,000 a year. So they went to him with all of this marketing, all of this money spent on different education programs, Google Summer of Code, all these things. All of the dev tools they've open sourced and everything too. Google's goal has always been to lower the cost of the average engineer. And AI is helping them accelerate that. And the victim of that is the below average engineer. And they, for the first time, arguably, have right to be scared because the job of the mediocre engineer is dying very quickly. The engineers that refuse to learn React could get by maintaining legacy systems for the last decade, but those same engineers are going to have their system replaced with some AI-generated vibe-coded slop, and they're going to be so insecure about it that it becomes the rest of the world's problem. AI is just going to make this all happen faster. It was happening. But yeah, now it's just going to go crazy. I feel bad for the devs that are below average, that are trying to learn and improve, because they're going to get grouped in with these people that have not learned or improved in 10 years because they're both on the same side of the line. It's easier than ever to learn and grow, and technologies are changing fast enough that you have so much opportunity if you're willing to put the work in and take it, and you're willing to feel dumb and get excited about the things you can learn. But if you haven't learned anything in 10 years, the only reason you got by was you were maintaining a code base nobody wanted to touch for 10 years. AI doesn't mind touching an ancient code base, and it certainly doesn't mind replacing it either. This does hurt junior engineers, and I have a whole video about the plight of the junior engineer coming soon. It's probably up before this one even is, knowing what the schedule looks like. But yeah, the insecurity around AI was absurd doomerist bullshit until it wasn't. Now the fact that code is more disposable means that people who write disposable code are going to have more of it thrown away. The reality of the last decade has been that code is so expensive that if you had a bunch of code written by somebody in like this range, previously you would pay someone talented to come in and maintain this code. If somebody came in that was a way better dev and you handed them this pile of code written by shit devs, if they said, that's not tenable, I'm going to rewrite this, they would be laughed at or fired. Now, by the time they've said it, they also have an AI generated starting point that's at least as good as the shit show that they were hired to maintain. The giant piles of garbage code written by garbage engineers that are being maintained indefinitely because replacing it's too expensive and hard to risk. That's over now. That era is done. Code is more disposable than it's ever been. So if the code you wrote deserves to be thrown away, you're no longer getting a free pass. The true inclusivity in software engineering was never about DEI. It was about including bad engineers and letting their code ship to production because there were so few engineers, we needed whatever code we can get. And that's over. That era is done. The inclusivity of bad engineers and bad code when we talk about engineering and code, whew, straight down. And all the engineers that live in this bubble, they're also the ones complaining about the DEI stuff. Just saying. Normally, I don't include those jokes, but this video is an attack on the types of people who leave those shitty comments. So I might as well let them do their thing. Cool. I have a whole video coming out on this one, Garrett, very soon. It's already filmed. It's called React is the Last Framework. Yes, I have a Junior Eng video coming out soon. Twitch will always find a way to innovate. Like Twitch is so innovative in finding ways to make shitty mobile experiences. It's genuinely groundbreaking, the things that they have found and made possible by just not understanding the users or the platform or how media works in 2025. It's a level of innovation I haven't seen since like the early Loot Crate days with EA. It's genuinely impressive. To have that many engineers shipping that level of garbage is unbelievable, groundbreaking. And it makes a lot of sense that Apple's been poaching engineers from the Twitch mobile team because Apple is also finding new and innovative ways to produce absolute shit fucking software. Base, thank you so much, Brown Paper Bag. Yeah, so on one hand, I agree with you, S. John, that there will be a lot of businesses that are resistant to letting AI touch their code base, but there will be even more that pay consultancies to come in and unfuck their code base, that promise they can fire all their engineers when they're done, that will just use the AI externally instead and hand them the code when it's done. So the problem is there is no culture of exposing your work as an API in the media space the same way there is in the AI space. There is very little that you can do on like the OpenAI app that isn't exposed through their API. And when there are gaps between the two, they slowly add all the functionality to the API over time, or it's functionality that's easy enough to replicate. Twitch is a platform. I can't build on Twitch's API. They intentionally limit the shit out of it, and it used to be a bit more open, but it's been locked down over the last 5 years. You can't build an alternative to Twitch because you can't use Twitch's stuff. You can use Twitch's video infra, but then you'll realize that Twitch can never make money because it's so expensive to distribute live video. Yeah, I'm with you, Littlefinger. It took me a while to accept that things are actually changing massively right now. I see it kind of like the cloud revolution, where suddenly everyone could build like enterprise grade infrastructure by checking some boxes in a dashboard. No one thought that would replace like server people, that like everyone just assumed every company would still have the infra person that works out of the warehouse and like sets up all the servers and racks and everything. Not only is that not true, there is now a massive increase in the amount of like things people can build in the SaaS era. There are whole types of tools and categories of industries that didn't make sense before you could just run it on your cloud with some clicks. Bare Metal's revival is not really happening. You replace a team of almost 20 DevOps with 2 SRE guys and 1 dev. Who's the Primogen? Never heard of him. Yeah, the getting in right now is rough. Excited for that video to go out. I guess I have to make a video on this, don't I? God damn it. And Mistral 3.1 small. 10 cents million in, 30 cents million out. Just want to add that in here as well so people don't bitch at me for pretending Mistral doesn't exist. Cool. I'm gonna do something stupid. I don't want to be wearing the same shirt for my next like 8 videos, so I'm gonna change shirts really quick. Much better. Anyways. Ah. Can you screenshot this and send it to me on Twitter or Discord? Because I want to share that. That sounds beautiful. I think it's important to recognize when I make mistakes. As a person who covers a lot of things in technology, it's important for me to recognize when I'm wrong and I make mistakes. I found myself in this position a bit more recently because of the craziness in the AI world. OpenAI has become incredibly capable of proving me wrong about things. I talked earlier about how we'd kind of hit a wall with the capabilities of AI models, and we blew through it really fast with O1 and eventually O3 and O3 Mini. I also just recently made a video about how we're racing to the bottom. The price for AI, generation, models, inference, and all of this has been going down. From training to, or both training and using the models has been both training these models and using them has been decreasing in price rapidly. And I made a video all about this, talking about, and I made a video all about this. Hell, I made a business kind of betting on this, where I made a cheaper AI app focused on really good, fast experiences with a lot of models. And once again, I was wrong because OpenAI is very good at proving her. And once again, OpenAI has proven me wrong because the prices, despite the industry trend being down, aren't down right now. O1 Pro's API just went live, and it's $150 per million input tokens and 600 out. That is hundreds, if not thousands of times more expensive than other options. And I have a whole lot to say about it. But if I'm going to even consider trying this for content, someone has to pay the bill, and I'm not going to make you guys do it. So we'll have a quick word from today's sponsor before we dive in to why this model is so goddamn expensive. Anyways, I've been maintaining this CSV, just logging the different prices of things for these different models to give context. Also, if you don't yet know what a token is, it is the pieces, like the chunks, that are used to process data in AI models. So when you stream down a message from OpenAI, one of these APIs, any of these things, your message gets split up into these chunks, these 4 to 8 character tokens. And those tokens are used to determine what the most likely next token is. For the most part, the easiest way to understand how LLMs work is that they're effectively really, really good autocomplete, where based on the text before, it is going through the weights of what tokens lead to the next tokens most effectively and predicting based on the thing you just sent it what the most likely next word is over and over again until an answer comes out the end. So tokens are how we measure the cost for a lot of these models, because more tokens means more work being done on the GPU, means more work to go through this giant model of data and matching things up to generate the right response. Problem here is certain models are much, much cheaper than others. I've already done a couple of videos about how Claude nearly bankrupted us. I've already done a few videos about Claude here and how it almost bankrupted us when we added it to T3 Chat. 3.5 and 3.7 cost the same. 3.7 thinking is the same pricing, but it does generate more tokens because when the model reasons, which means it's thinking and generating more before sending you the response, those extra tokens get created and do cost money to generate on the infra side. So you are paying for way more output tokens when you turn on the thinking and reasoning for the models that support it. You might not get all those tokens in the case of something like O1 or O3. OpenAI doesn't show you the thinking tokens. They just show you the results, but they do exist and you are billed on them. So as reasoning becomes more and more common, the cost on the left gets larger. Even if the number isn't bigger, the number of tokens is. Thankfully, we've been racing down this chain, or thankfully, we've been racing down this chart for a while now. Drops like Gemini 2.0 Flash shook the very ground we stand on because the quality of the model is comparable to something like 4.0, which is significantly more expensive, more than 20x the price, which is kind of insane because the quality of the responses is very similar between those two. And Gemini's also way faster, which is super nice. The reason Google could get Gemini so cheap is they're a very profitable company doing a lot of things, which helps. But they also built their own processors and architecture in order to make it more efficient for them to run, which puts them in a really good position because they have the data they need to train, the scientists they need to do that training, the API and infra side that they need to host it all, and the chip design and architecture to do it efficiently. There's no other company that has all of that covered, and Google is able to drive the price really low. But at the same time, outside forces like DeepSeek could come in. When V3 dropped, which isn't their reasoning model, it's not R1, the one that blew everything up, but it was the one that got me excited. When V3 dropped, its original pricing was very close to Gemini's pricing, but it was also 6 months-ish earlier. And the quality of this model was comparable to Claude 3.5 for a lot of code stuff, and I was having a ton of fun with it. I largely built T3 Chat because DeepSeek V3 was so fun, and I hated the UI for it even more than the UI I already hated between Claude and ChatGPT. That said, they planned on increasing the price. They kept it here when they dropped it because that was the V2 price, but they bumped it up quite a bit, roughly 2xing input costs and roughly 3xing output costs. Closer to 4x, actually, damn. But at the same time, they then dropped R1, which was an incredibly powerful model. One of the first open models that did reasoning well and hit crazy numbers on benchmarks and was relatively cheap to run too. All of this resulted in a very obvious trend of these models getting cheaper and cheaper. I even went as far as saying that Claude needs to ship a cheaper solution soon or they're going to get chewed out. And I was very wrong on that. 3.7 is just as expensive. They are getting chewed out though, just not for the cost, more for the fact that 3.7 tries to do more than it should. It ends up, as a result, making worse answers for code stuff and also generating more output tokens than it probably should. The number of tokens being generated when I bumped from 3.5 to 3.7 went up a ton, and the quality of the responses, if anything, for me at least, went slightly down. It is what it is. But right after I posted the video, actually, I think it happened the day before the video was posted, but a week after I recorded it, ChatGPT 4.5 dropped. This model is massive. It doesn't have reasoning or any of the other cool features. It doesn't score great on benchmarks for code and stuff like that. It's actually been very hard for them to measure 4.5. But it has significantly more data in its training, and it has significantly more parameters in its model, which means that going from one token to the next is way harder for it because it has to go through way more data to figure out what's next. The claim is that the result is much more human and much more pleasant to talk to because it has way more reference of how humans communicate. And it does feel a decent bit better, I'll be honest. Not 7 to 20x better, but it is better. And people will look at this price and be like, oh yeah, they're charging that because they want to make a whole bunch of money off it. Obviously, the margins there must be nuts. They're not. The margins for a lot of these things being provided, especially by OpenAI, aren't great. When they put O1 Pro on that new $200 a month tier for ChatGPT, like the website, they lost money on those. The average Pro subscriber cost them money because they would use O1 Pro so heavily that it would run a shitload of info and cost them a ton. That's why the price is as high as it is here, because O1 Pro is a very expensive model to run. It can solve problems that almost nothing else I've used can solve. They're very difficult esoteric programming challenges like weird one-offs and advent of code. But it's also a shitty model to use for weird ergonomic reasons. I think they might have fixed this bug, but I'll test it. I have an account. That was a really fun user in the corner. You couldn't see it because let me see if I can show that again because I love tooling on their UI. Watch the top right corner. Oh, it didn't do it as bad that time. The first time it just said user but cropped, and then my profile picture took 5 seconds to come in. Loading is hard, okay? We make a new message here. O1 Pro mode. Let's give it a hard advent of code. Sec. Log into my account. Let's find one I struggled on. So, advent of code last year. I really struggled on day 21. And I struggled on day 17. Let's go with 21. That'll be a fun one. I'm going to grab advent of code, day 21. Copy the text very slowly. We'll ask it. Solve this advent of code problem. Use TypeScript. The input lives in input.txt. So I handed it the problem. It's going to take its goddamn time to solve it. Watch what happens. This might not be a bug anymore. First off, it doesn't generate the title yet, which is obnoxious. We generate the title while also generating the rest in parallel. It's stupid that it doesn't. We'll go ask the same thing to 4.0. Go back here. Is there a way I can copy this right now? There isn't. That is hilarious. I have no way to copy the thing I just sent. Other than that, which also selects a bunch of random UI elements. So all that is going. We'll ask 4.0 as well. Both are new chat, which is annoying. No good way of knowing which one is which. And it just took away my sidebar. Very annoying. Oh, it appears it's not that problem anymore. That's good. Previously, if you started another chat while you had O1 Pro going, it would cause the O1 Pro request to fail. Look at that. We got our little notification. The other one's done. Nice. The answer is wrong. I know that for a fact because no LLMs could solve this problem. Also, what the fuck happened here? Theo, you overreact. ChatGPT's UI isn't that bad. See what happens if I refresh it, though. Oh, it popped in as I was refreshing. That's hilarious, actually. But is this one still going? Something went wrong. Finished reasoning. O1 Pro is a bad experience. The fuck? This is $200 a month. Nada. Nothing. Failure. And now I have to go rerun it and be that much closer to hitting my rate limit there. All for $200 a month. And I have to leave this tab open. By the way, this is even better on mobile. If you ask O1 Pro a question on mobile and you switch apps and go back, 50+% chance the request just failed. It's insane. You have to not refresh if you're on the web. You have to be careful switching tabs if you're on the web. You can't do it on mobile unless you leave it open while it's going. It's such a bad experience. It's actually unbelievable. The query didn't even fail. They just had no way of getting it to the UI. I'll admit, we have this problem too. If you refresh while generation is happening, it fails, and it keeps me up at night. And I am working with a lot of different places, a lot of different companies and products and open source stuff to find a lasting solution to the losing connection mid-generation problem. I'm also not charging $200 a month. Yeah. This drives me mad. The AI SDK does not solve this problem. I have the same issue because I'm on the Vercel AI SDK. Grok is the only service that handles the resumability well right now. If you refresh mid-generation, Grok does it well. Nothing else does. Durable objects could theoretically actually be a solution for this if implemented properly, but implementing durable objects properly is a difficult enough task that somebody quit Cloudflare to go do it. It did it, No one understood it still, and Cloudflare just acquired him to try and bring it in there instead. The only people I know actually getting durable objects working are either Cloudflare employees or ex-Cloudflare employees that end up back at Cloudflare. So it is what it is. Yeah. I also find O3 Mini to be significantly better than O1 Pro, both like its answer quality and the ergonomics. Oh, this is for O Mini. Yeah, 4.0 Mini was cool when it dropped, but it's been surpassed massively since. How is my generation going? Oh, look. It actually answered. Took 2 minutes. I promise you guys this answer doesn't work. If you really want me to go run it. Oh, yeah. This cannot work. If your input matches the exact example list, you can hard code the length map and solve it by just multiplying these numbers. Even for the example, this is wrong. This is embarrassing. It is actually hilarious that it thought that was an answer. Shit, Raid. Thank you so much for the support, Noah. Always good to see you, man. Hope all is well. If y'all are interested in all the things in the Laravel world, definitely give him a follow. He knows it all way better than I ever will. What do you got from here? My interest. I'll play with this later for sure. Anyways. Yeah, O3 Mini High is a much, much better experience, but do you know what else is? T3 chat. If I hop back here, where's the edit button? Isn't there supposed to be an edit button? The fuck? Not rendering because of something? Why do I have no... Not for the first button in chat? You can only edit follow-ups? What? What the fuck? But Theo, T3 chat's just a crappy wrapper. OpenAI's website's totally fine. Why do you think anyone can... I can't use it. It doesn't work. It's so bad. This isn't meant to be a video where I roast the ChatGPT UI, but when I try it to demo something, I still just get angry that it's this level of quality or lack of. I can't even select the text because the scroll bar is in the way. I'm not making this up. I just want to copy this message and paste it on a better service. Maybe this is an attempt at locking me in, but all it's doing is pissing me off. I can't fucking do it. Let's give it a shot here. O3 Mini. Already on high. Cool. See how it does. The one thing we don't get is we don't get the reasoning information over the API. So if I did this on the ChatGPT site, I could see what it claims it is doing each step. But it's the exact same model, and the end speed is exactly the same on T3 chat as well. I know because I tested it recently, it can't get this problem right, but at least we'll get an answer in a reasonable amount of time, theoretically. And no, I don't have a copy button. I'm here. There is no copy button anywhere. Nothing. Maybe some old ones will have it. Nope. There's an edit button. No copy button, though. Meanwhile, copy. Yeah, O3 Mini's trying really hard to solve this one right now. While we wait, I want to go check out artificial analysis. They still don't have O1 Pro on the site, and it's going to break all the pricing charts, which will be really funny. God, O3 Mini's really putting the effort in on this one. For what it's worth, when it takes a longer time, it's both more likely to answer, but also more likely to hallucinate utter fucking nonsense. I'm not interested in the, what's it fucking called? The LG X01 model, because the licensing on it is absolute garbage. So I just can't pretend to care. Yeah, it would be really cool if they gave me the reasoning info just so I could show the user something at this point and not have them think the request hung. That'd be great, but they don't give me anything. We'll have to update the UI to let you know, like, don't worry, it's still happening. Just give us a sec. ChatGPT is slow. Yeah. What's funny is when you use O3 Mini on lower thinking tiers with problems that aren't this terrible, it does really, really well. So like solve advent of code 2021 day 4 in Rust. Also, see my name, the title came in immediately. We don't have to wait for the generation to finish. Why does everyone else get that wrong? I don't get it. Here, like it came up with an answer really quick, and I would be very surprised if that didn't work. O3 Mini is a phenomenal model. It's quickly become like my actual favorite and the one I use for most things. And we'll get to the pricing of it in just a moment, while this is still generating. Hasn't failed as far as we know. That's the end of the other stream. Yeah, it just hasn't sent this one down yet because it has no reason to. Great. It might have hung. Yeah. Happens. Trying to make a point here, guys. Well, thankfully, at the very least, I can copy the message and go throw it in to the ChatGPT site. Switch to O3 Mini Hi. Paste. Send. What is that animation? I hate that. I'm not crazy, right? That is the most cringe shit you've ever seen, right? And it restarts whenever the text changes too. And people say my UI is gaudy. What the fuck? We'll let these run in the background for a bit. Who knows if or when they will answer. What the fuck's the formatting? It's maybe this is why they don't give us the thinking data, because it's all formatted wrong and duh. Somebody asked if we had thinking in T3 chat, how would we render it? I'll show you by switching to a model that shows the thinking. That's I don't know. R1 on Quen? Sure. Here you go. You can unfold it and see each step of the thinking as it's all generated. If you don't want to, you can just keep it closed. We don't come up with bullshit summaries of each step during the thinking. We just give you the thinking. It'd be nice if we had some better UI summarizing it. I like the way that Grok does it with the scrolling thing. You see us doing that in the future, but for now, it's just under a fold. Whatever. Nope. O3 Mini Hi is still chugging along. Did it finish on here yet? Nope. Still chugging along on OpenAI's site as well. I don't want to think about how expensive that's going to be with the output tokens that it's generating. So I'm going to choose not to. And instead, we're going to talk about the cost of these different models. So this is a chart that used to be much more useful before GPT 4.5 dropped. Because previously, you would actually see a gap between these options. 4.5 and O1 are both so expensive that they fuck up the chart. Yeah. A thing I used to do a lot was going to this chart, which, by the way, it doesn't even have 4.5 on for it. Let's turn it on for it. Oh, it is. It just don't have intelligence versus price for it. That's fun. But if I turn off 01, watch what happens to this chart. Suddenly, it is much more readable and useful. And you can see that O3 Mini is actually quite a value here. Going back to my CSV, O3 Mini is exactly double the price of DeepSeek R1. That was clearly by design. They clearly saw that R1 was going to screw them over and went out of their way to make O3 Mini as cheap as possible. And they did. They succeeded. This is an insane price for the quality of model you get. I cannot imagine using 4.0 for anything unless you need that first token immediately because you're like a phone system. And even then, I don't know if I would use 4.0 for it. The only benefit of 4.0 is that there's no thinking, which means you start getting a real answer immediately. O3 Mini is a so much better model, so much better value, so much better speeds overall. Like time to answer is faster on O3 Mini. It's a really, really good model. But when you use O3 Mini high, the cost isn't necessarily represented just by this number, because when you use it on high, it's generating way more tokens. Because that's what the low, medium, high is. It's how much time can it spend and how many tokens can it generate in the step before it starts answering. So it's almost like the ratio between the answer to the reasoning thinking stage. Both cost just as much money per token, but the reasoning steps aren't useful to you. They are only useful to the AI, which means that even if you got the same length of answer from O3 Mini and 4.0, O3 Mini will have more tokens used because it had to reason and generate more tokens before the actual answer came out. So low, medium, high, the difference isn't it costs more based on the output length. It costs more based on the time spent generating the things that then are used to generate the correct output. And people are still asking, is a token just a word? I'll show you what a token is. Let's take one of my inputs here. Go to some tokenizer. Paste. These are tokens. Many is a token. Space words is a token. Space map is a token. Space 2, 1 token. Comma is a token of its own, though. But some don't. Indivisible is split. Oh, that's not the thing I put in there, though. So here is a fun code one. See how brutal that is for the input tokens there? The plus is a different token. The dashes are. Next plus is. The way tokens are split with data and code is always very interesting. Also, yet another high quality UI from our friends over at ChatGPT here. Love that for us. Yeah. Did we finally get an answer? We did. We got an answer. It finished. It just took forever. And if you didn't notice, let's compare just the length of this answer to the answer that we got from ChatGPT. Where's the tab? This is the O3 Mini High. So this is the equivalent. It's still generating. But if we go to the O1 Pro. Also, what the hell happened there? I switched to this one. It changed to O3 Mini for a sec, then to O1 Pro. How does anyone say this UI is fine? Stop focusing on that. Just the 20 lines of code plus a shitload of bad comments that this generated. Wait. Oh, I said that didn't work. Yeah. The first answer they gave us here, this is 20 lines of code, and there is literally a 0% chance this works. I know this problem. The answer is 500 lines of code, not 20. At the very least, O3 Mini, the model that is an order of magnitude plus cheaper, was able to generate something a hell of a lot closer to the right answer first try. That's a massive gap. I have personally had a better experience with O3 Mini than I have with O1 Pro. And not just the ergonomics, because O1 Pro has all the weird quirks where it just fails randomly. You can't have it running in the background. It's super expensive. O3 Mini is actually just giving you better answers too, which is kind of unbelievable. But it's the reality I live in. It's an expensive one, but it is the reality I live in. And the price gap here is just unfathomable. It's 136 times more expensive for input tokens. This isn't comparing an open source model or a bad model. This is comparing the best model right now, which is O3 Mini High. 150 divided by 1.1, 136. And if we compare the output numbers here, 600 divided by 440, still almost exactly 136 times more expensive. How? How the fuck does this exist now? Like, this model isn't new. What's the point of even releasing this? Is it almost like it's silly, but it feels like it's a response to my video that we're racing to the bottom to just put something like this out. Their margins aren't great. They're not going to make much money on this. It feels like it's a parody thing where they don't want to have any models that aren't released externally, that aren't available via API. But this model came far too late, and it's far not good enough for this. It's weird, and I don't get it, because I've had so much better experience with O3 Mini High. So yeah, for those asking, when are you going to add O1 Pro to T3 chat? Maybe we'll add it with the bring your own key thing like we did for 4.5, if there's demand for it. But I think we've had like 30 messages generated total on 4.5 since we added it with the bring your own key. Nobody actually wants this. Nobody actually cares. So yeah, I just am not going to bother. It's 10x more expensive than O1, which is, in both O1 and O1 Pro are worse than O3 Mini. And O3 Mini is way faster, way cheaper, way better. If you compare to other reasoning models like R1, which is even cheaper, you end up realizing that O1 Pro is roughly 200 times more expensive than it should be. I don't know how we got here, but I am thankful that in a world where everyone else is racing to the bottom, or I don't know how we got here, but I am thankful that despite OpenAI's insistence on breaking new ground in pricing, the rest of the industry is focused on lowering the price. The same week that O1 Pro's API came out, Bistro 3.1 came out, just barely undercutting Gemini 2.0 Flash at a similar quality of model. The focus on better value for our models is great, and I'm very excited for a future where the best options are also some of the best priced options. O3 Mini seemed like a step in that direction, which is part of why I was so excited, but it seems like it was a side quest, not a direction change. Either that, or the things that ChatGPT and OpenAI were working on already were too far along for them to change the direction of. But there's no way they put these numbers out and they put these products out because they think they're going to make a lot of money off it. They've been it's very obvious they won't. I think they were just scared of not shipping the things they'd spent years on doing. And there is a future where these tools are foundational for other things they want to build. Like 4.5 will be the core of what powers 04, 05, 06, whatever. Okay, somebody in chat's really confused about O3 Mini High. I'm going to clarify this one last time before we wrap up. The way the different O3 Mini tiers work isn't that there are different models that are O3 Mini versus O3 Mini High. All the low, medium, high distinction means is you are choosing how much token generation and how much time the model's allowed to spend on the things that happen before the answer comes out. If you look at something like when I just ran this with DeepSeek, the answer got truncated because it was too long, but the content that comes before the answer, that's the reasoning. And when you say high, what you're saying is, okay, I give you permission to spend more time and generate more stuff on this. It will cost you more money, but it will generate more stuff. and it will be more likely to get a good answer. All the high button does, and all O3 Mini High is a level of effort you're allowing the model to spend on that. So yes, we will support O3 Mini High because we've always supported O3 Mini High. It is a toggle here, but since ChatGPT was too lazy to update their UI accordingly, there's no way to choose how much reasoning the model can do, so they had to put in O3 Mini High as a different model. And honestly, at this point, I'm considering doing the same thing on our end to get users to shut up about it. And also, to be frank, because O3 Mini High usage is expensive enough, because people are just asking it questions that generate endless tokens and they use it when they shouldn't, we might have to move O3 Mini High to the premium model tier that Claude is on right now. So, yeah. We might do the wrong thing that OpenAI is doing, because this is not how the model actually works. But they present it this way because people are stupid. And I'm increasingly realizing that at the very least OpenAI is right about that. I just can't actually fathom the fact that they put out a model that is worse than their best models twice now. They have 2 times in a row put out a model that is worse than O3 Mini High after O3 Mini while being more expensive. It's just, it's so confusing to me that O3 Mini High and O3 Mini in general can drop and be this groundbreaking, and the next 2 things they ship are more expensive and worse. If it was more expensive or worse, that'd be one thing. More expensive and worse makes me feel like I'm going mad. I think that's all I have on this one. I am confused about this drop. I'm pretty sure it's just a feature parity thing, but when you look at the cutoff date, you realize this should have probably shipped a while ago. This model's over a year old. I don't know what's going on. Let me know what you guys think. Until next time, keep prompting. If you reason too much, when AI has too much context, it starts to loop. There's a concept of the context window, which is how much data can the model take in before it just stops trying. And if your input or if your reasoning step generates too much shit, then eventually it will just loop indefinitely or give up, depending on how the model was built. So you can't just limitless reason, because you'll hit a point where more reasoning is actually hurting the performance of the output. I have not had a chance to install this yet. I've been far too busy, but it is absolutely on my list of things I really want to do. I've been utter chaos lately. But I'll go open this in Vivaldi so I have it to look into and possibly set up later. Just wait for the video to drop. I go in depth on this. Missile plans to have T3 chat automatically the most optimal model to respond to given a prompt. We definitely want this, but it's not as simple as it sounds. I am hyped passkeys shipped, but I'm a 1Password guy, and the 1Password integration already worked for passkeys, so it doesn't affect me at all. But a lot of people were bitching about the passkeys thing, so I'm happy for them. Yeah, non-reasoning models are less likely to loop for sure. And you just use 3.7 without the reasoning feature. Very, very unlikely to do local model support. Like, incredibly unlikely. This hurts. Yeah. Credit card companies are evil. I'm actually very excited for credit card companies to get regulated out of existence. Ask the AI questions, don't ask it to solve your problem. If you're pasting the code and asking how to fix it, you're not going to learn anything from the AI. If you have an error, you go to the AI and say, hey, what might cause this? Or help me understand this error. There is no public link to my content planning now. The At any given time, OpenAI has the best models. Like the rare occasions where things get within like a 5% margin, out of nowhere, OpenAI just leapfrogs and gets really far ahead. It's happened again and again and again. They are the ones inventing the technology that we all use to like the concept of the LLM is something that they invented. They are always ahead some amount. And they always have something ready to go to drop if they're ever threatened. OpenAI is within the best like AI scientists in the fucking world. It's really good. Not they were the first to release to the public. They were the first to figure out, build, release, document, and publish the research of what an LLM is today. And they have managed to stay really far ahead every step along the way. Their most recent model is not their best model. No one's beaten O3 Mini high yet. Like O3 Mini is still the best model around right now. I've not tried any MOR yet. Yeah, but it's going to do search for that. It's not going to have the info in its training. When I say the best, I'm referring to its ability to solve hard problems, which is how I measure AI capability. And O3 Mini is very, very good at solving hard problems. I have been consistently impressed with what it can do. Let's figure out what we are covering next. I've been dancing around this one for fucking ever. My original video, right?
Let's
Yeah.
talk about
I need these open. I like that YouTube doesn't autoplay in Zen when you open a link. Don't know why, but it's a convenient thing for me at least. Cool. This will be fun. I have no idea what the cutoff dates are for various models. I'm sure that there are older models that exist still that are trained on older data, but they're probably harder and harder to find every day. We are already using Gemini for a ton of things because it's essentially free, including things like the title generation. It's not that easy to set it up to do the right model selection and build that into the product in a way that communicates well and also works properly between the free tier and the pro tier in a way people can make sense of. So, meh. Let's dive into this. I did a video a while back covering the different style solutions that exist for CS. I want to start this one. There are more solutions for styling your web applications now than there have ever been in the past, but at the same time, the decision process has gotten both easier and harder. Things are weird in CSS and web nowadays, and I tried my best to cover this way back, like over 2 years ago. If you've been around for long enough, you might recognize the pre-stash Theo in the old apartment that I used to shoot my videos from back before I had my studio. Sorry, my audio played there. For those who remember OG Theo, thanks for sticking through all of this time. For those who haven't, I was really proud of this video. This is commonly cited as my best video. People bring it up with me all the time at various events. The reason is I did my best to break down my mental model for how these different style solutions work and how to think about them all. This was also before ShadCN was a thing, and also before Tailwind had fully become the default that we all lean on like we do today. Things have changed a lot since then, but it's also kind of confirmed the things I was pushing for back at the time. I am very excited to cover how things have changed and do my best to modernize the takes I had on this video so you can have the most useful knowledge about styles and a good decision-making framework for picking the right solutions to your problems. But CSS isn't going to pay my bills, so... But since I recorded this video, but one other thing has changed since I recorded this video. I have a team I have to pay, and I'm not going to charge you guys for that. So instead, we're going to take a quick break for today's sponsor and get right back to it. Let's start by grabbing from my original video here my take on the different types of UI libraries. Oh, they changed the color by default, or they changed the default color on Excalibur. Either that or I'm just dealing with crappy compression. Either are equally likely. So the three types of UI libraries that I had identified were extensions of CSS. I said things like Sass, Less, and Tailwind. There are behavioral libraries. Things like Headless UI, the now much more popular Radix, and the now, I think, much less popular React Aria. There have been some additional ones since then. But then there are also style systems. Things like Tailwind UI. Probably the best example here. But stuff has changed a lot since then. The diagram that I had drawn, and I think is still a pretty good way to visualize this, attempts to break this into a handful of different sections. So I called this top section CSS++, things that are extending CSS. There is the headless behaviors, section. And then there is styles themselves. For something like Bootstrap, which if you're young enough to not know, Bootstrap is a very popular style solution built by Twitter back in the day. And if you look at their homepage, you'll immediately be like, oh yeah, I've seen a lot of websites that look like that. It's this particular top bar, the 12 column system. So it did prescribe a way of building and handled things like mobile responsiveness better than other solutions. Like if I go like that, it knows to flatten that into a column instead of 2 sections. Pretty cool back in the day. Bootstrap, good take from chat. Bootstrap got killed by CSS Flex. That is fair. And since I'm doing a video about 2025 style solutions, Bootstrap probably shouldn't be mentioned at all. But I think it's worth understanding where we came from. I also mentioned Radix. Radix is one of the key pieces that is built deeply into ShadCN. Radix UI is an open source component library, but it doesn't have theming built in. So the way a button looks, the way a dropdown looks, none of that is really built into Radix. That's your problem to solve. It does now provide some themes built in, but for the most part, the point of Radix is the primitives, the building blocks for your design system. So they have a dialog component, but the dialog component doesn't have styles associated with it. That's your problem. It handles all of the complexity of focus control, accessibility, rendering the element at the right time, handling different standards for web stuff, making keyboard navigation work how it's supposed to. All of those types of things is what it does for you. And it does a great job at that too. But you're either going to have to pull in Radix themes or solve those theming problems yourself. And then we have Tailwind, everyone's favorite. Tailwind, I've slowly grown to accept, is partially a style solution because it has opinions about things like padding and gives you a system for it. It's not a system that prescribes a specific look to it, but it's a system that makes it less likely things conflict. And while ergonomically, Tailwind really does feel like a different syntax for writing CSS, not like a framework, some of the directions it pushes you towards are pretty framework key in a way. I read what's the fucking book that they did? I always forget the name of it. Refactoring UI. Since I filmed that first video, I read Refactoring UI, which is the book by the creators of Tailwind that they wrote before they had created Tailwind. And what I realized was that a lot of the things they had talked about in this book are now built into Tailwind itself. This is a great read as a developer that's bad at design. This helped me a ton with my mental model for how design systems and good design language works. It's more expensive than it probably should be, especially considering how old it is, but there's a lot of good info here, and if you can get your employer to pay for it, worth considering. I enjoyed my read of it a lot, got a lot of value from it, but it helped me understand that Tailwind is a CSS improvement that is very slightly a styled, opinionated solution, not because Tailwind itself is full of really hard opinions, but because it makes it harder to do things you're not supposed to. Like you have P1, P2, P4, P6, and it has a system where it misses certain values intentionally to make sure everything's a ratio when you do padding. But then they added this with the bracket syntax. The addition of the bracket syntax takes Tailwind from here and immediately moves it back there, because the strictness of the system has been entirely foregone now that you can inline whatever the fuck you want to do here instead. And they even went as far as removing the hard-coded values that had their curve up. And now you can do P1.5, P3.7. I don't know how open it is, but I do know 1.5 is valid now. There might be some rules about what is and isn't, but because Tailwind is now compiled, the Tailwind compiler reads through your code, and based on where the CSS is in the classes that you define, it will generate the right CSS output. It means they can just kind of do whatever here, which kills the style system side of Tailwind, in my opinion. It's only 0.25 increments. And here is kind of where my problem is. It's now it went from a thing where it's prescribed with very strict rules to weird esoteric ones, like anything that is like a fraction of 0.25 is good. That's weird. I don't like that. But at the same time, it does really push Tailwind towards this extension of CSS side and away from being a style system itself, which overall I think is the right call, because Tailwind is one piece of a puzzle now, where you have Tailwind as the thing we use to write better CSS, to have a primitive that is more valuable to us, especially for component design and architecture, than vanilla CSS. If you don't agree, you either don't work at scale or haven't watched my other videos about it. Tailwind is a massive win for large projects with many components. Component systems were inherently conflicting with CSS because you had to define your components in two places and make sure they overlapped and interfaced together properly, which they almost never did. And if you think that vanilla CSS is really easy and everybody's got skill issues if they're using Tailwind, I would love to audit your app, because I guarantee there are at least like a couple dozen CSS classes that you're shipping to your users that aren't being used. So it is what it is. Tailwind is winning really hard for a reason. I have enough content covering it. You can go watch that if you're interested. Tailwind kind of won. Because of that, the innovation in the CSS++ space has gotten weird. There are still things that are super impressive, but they're more specific now. Not StyleX site. There it is. StyleX is one of my favorite examples, which also didn't exist when I did my last video. It was built by Facebook, and by Naman in particular, who's one of the most talented style and web dev people I know, because they had very specific problems that Tailwind and things like it were not solving. The Thinking in StyleX page has really rewired my brain and how I think about style stuff. Highly recommend reading this if you're as nerdy as I am about these things, because it's so deeply appreciative of Tailwind and what makes it good, but also recognizes that the way it's constructed cannot work great at the scale and size of what Facebook is trying to do. It finds a middle ground that's really cool. And it goes further than that, because Naman is working on a compiler that will turn your Tailwind into StyleX. But StyleX is also CSS and JS, which has its own many potential issues, depending on how you're building, SSR, all those types of things. It's a balancing act. But on that topic, one of the biggest things that has changed, which I kind of called at a time, CSS and JS is dead. I've seen some really stupid takes from people in the CSS and JS space, the creators of all of these weird frameworks and tools that let you do all of your CSS as properties and like objects being passed around in the JavaScript layer and then applied randomly and generated on the fly. We moved really far away from this. Now, the styles that are being used in your app aren't being generated by JavaScript at runtime. They are, for the most part, being generated as a CSS file at build time. And the only thing happening at runtime is the class names are being swapped on the elements. I've seen straight up crazy conspiracy theories being spread that this was the Facebook React team's decision in order to kill these libraries they didn't like because they were invested in Tailwind, and if the Tailwind wins, they make a bunch of money. That's literally not how any of this works. Tailwind is a privately held thing by its creators. There is no investment going on there, no money exchanging hands. And Facebook is one of the only companies that is still investing in doing CSS and JS. So yeah, if people are saying that this is a conspiracy, they don't know what the fuck's going on. Ignore them. I love when people have these specific types of red flags. There are certain statements certain people make that make it so obvious they don't know what they're talking about that you could ignore them from that point going forward. And the people who say CSS and JS isn't dead, it's a conspiracy being spread by big React to make more Blue framework successful, it's very safe to just hit the mute button on those people because they will never say anything of value, even if they're building libraries that people think might be good in the future but aren't. There's a certain framework author I'm talking about here that I may or may not have covered in the past, and his takes on this are so bad that I often have to unteach them to my audience. So yeah, be cautious of who you're listening to. Some of them haven't shipped in years. So back to our diagram here, because something important has changed. Actually, one other good thing to call out here. Thank you, Gabriel. There are other attempts to learn from Tailwind. There are things like Panda. There was Windy for a while, but I think Windy is dead now. Windy CSS. Yeah, there was Windy CSS for a while. I think this one is dead. Yeah, it's sunset now. Oh yeah, Uno is one there. That was the other one I was trying to find. Uno is also very, very similar. Super inspired by Tailwind. Really cool. There's also... What's the thing that Jens did? The girl who helped a bunch with Radix. She's doing something really cool right now, too. I always forget the name of. Tokonami. Thank you, guys. Yeah. Tokonami is another super cool one. I'm so thankful seeing the effort to make type-safe design system solutions. It is CSS and JS. It is still very early, but it's super cool. It lets you write composable, variable-based variants for styles on things that are computed at runtime really cheaply and are type-safe in dev time so you don't make dumb mistakes. It's super cool. I'm genuinely hyped with what these guys are doing. Jenna's one of the smartest devs that I know, even if she's not willing to admit it. The stuff going on here is dope, and it makes a lot of sense that this is stemming out of the Radix world, because when you realize the power of Radix, because, you know, you built Radix, you know that this is where you live, and all you see is the chaos going on here, as well as the chaos going on here, and you desperately wish for ways to solve it, which is why you end up making your own extension of CSS, which is what she did. It's also why Radix now has the... Did I close the page? Yeah. It's also why Radix has themes now, because they realized that by being in just one of these sections, they aren't able to be used by people who need the other things too, unless they know to combine it with other stuff. This was the hypothesis and like the core point of my previous video, that these more modular tools are much better, but they also require more from you as the end developer to assemble them. There were really popular solutions like Material UI, not the Material theme, nothing to do with each other. Material UI, Material Design from Google, and the Material theme they have overlap, but they have nothing to do with each other. These are all different things. Material UI is now known as MUI, was meant to make it easy to add the Google Material Design look to your products and projects by being a component library. And this was one of the most popular component libraries in the React world for a while. You would use their button component, and it would have variants. And the variants would render in different ways. It handled all of the parts. It had the behaviors. So if you use their checkbox, or you use their... I want to drop down. Cool. Their select. Use their select component. It does this, and I hate that. The age thing moving up after you click it the first time. What? Weird. If you want to change that, good luck, have fun. They built this with a lot of opinions, and those opinions aged in various different ways. Material UI is not something I could confidently recommend at the time, and I said that pretty strictly, because Material UI... none of that's what I'm trying to do. Because with MUI, you ended up in the middle here. And since they built all of the parts themselves, MUI had behaviors that were worse than Radix, style primitives that were worse than Tailwind, and appearance that was, I would argue, even worse than Bootstrap. I hated the way it looked, and I hated working in it. And the few people who stuck with MUI ended up rebuilding their own style solutions around it because they needed to make it decent. And the problem with adopting one of these solutions that solves all of the problems itself is that it never solves them particularly well. Whenever somebody promises they can do what all these other tools do at once, there's a good chance they're either using those tools or they are lying and doing a bad job at it. And as such, Material UI was dying. Thankfully, they recognized that. I want to grab that other link. Christian. Or not Christian. Gabriel. One of the main inspirations for me doing this video was a project I found recently. Base UI. Base UI, in their own words, move this so you can see it. Base UI is an open source library of accessible, unstyled UI components for React. Interesting. Turns out, the thing they were doing with Material UI is causing problems. And as such, they put together a team of pretty good people to build their own unstyled component library, very similar to Radix. Gabriel, I knew about Base UI forever ago. I put this topic in my list. Can I see the history easily? I can't. I'm lazy. I've had this on my list for like 8 months. I don't think I did a video on Base UI, no. But I've known about Base UI for a bit. This project isn't new. You'll see here there are commits from over a year ago. But it was new to me early last year when I first heard about it, and it's what got me thinking about this video. It was really cool to see that the MUI guys finally acknowledged the fact these all-in-one solutions are bad and shouldn't be the thing that we all strive towards. And they went even further now with Pigment CSS, which is their attempt to do an extension of CSS. It is CSS and JS, but they claim zero runtime. Interesting, but it's because they're doing it at build time. I don't think CSS and JS is the right way to phrase it. It is what it is. The thing that makes this all cool is that it is a better way to do compartmentalized styles in your applications. And rather than assume that the guys who built MUI are really, really good at styling and will know all the things better than you, and if you want something a different color, that's your fault and a skill issue, they actually let you write CSS again, which is cool. And now you can basically build your own MUI using these parts. But there's a reason that they were so ready. There's a reason that they were so willing to do this. And it's not because they just suddenly magically realized the way they were building before was wrong and it was time to switch. It's because another, I don't even know if I can call it a library, another style solution, I will say, started to catch on. And it's one a lot of you guys have probably heard about, probably even seen me cover in videos. ShadCN UI. Build your component library. The thing that makes ShadCN so different isn't really one thing, it's a handful of things. The thing that makes ShadCN so interesting is that, unlike the other all-in-one solutions that give you components, ShadCN components aren't replacing Tailwind, replacing Radix, or replacing Bootstrap. They're using Radix and Tailwind. These are the core pieces that are used to power most of the components within ShadCN. And then other ones that are more behavioral, like toasts and whatnot, those come from other packages too. And when you install it, you're not npm installing ShadCN. When you want one of these components in your code base, you actually do it very differently. If I want to grab, I don't know, let's say I want to use the button component. First, they show you how to init it in your project, which creates a components JSON file, which allows for ShadCN to know where the components are and what properties they should expect. And if we go into, let's say I want the alert component, I can click the code tab to see how they're using it. More importantly, I can run this command and it adds it to my code base. Not it installs the ShadCN alert package, but it copies the files necessary for the alert component into /source/components in my code base, and it will install any of the dependencies it needs. So if you don't already have class variance authority, it'll install that. I don't think this one needs anything else, thankfully, but some of the others do. Things like the checkbox component almost certainly is going to need some other stuff. Yeah, this grabs some stuff from Radix and from Lucid for the icons. It is using these other opinionated pieces that are built by industry experts and assembling them into the thing you would have had to build yourself. When I did my original video on this, what I said was the best developers trying to make a composable, custom, maintainable solution that uses the right parts would have to roll their own in the middle here by manually grabbing the right pieces from these different parts and probably hiring somebody to do this part for them or being a god designer themselves. What's really cool about ShadCN is it's effectively done that for you. It's went through and done the research and put in the effort to grab the parts from Radix and other libraries like it that are useful for building a good component library. It uses Tailwind as its base in order to make it good for styling. It also adds the parts that make it more dynamic. Things like, really cool things they've done, Class Variance Authority is a great example where it lets you apply different variants of the Tailwind classes dynamically at runtime, which is awesome. And it solves some of the Tailwind problems of how do you have different types of the same button with some classes that are the same and some that are different. It's so cool to see that the new default, the thing people reach for when they're learning or they're building a big app, it doesn't really matter. The thing that they're often being recommended now is ShadCN. And ShadCN, unlike other solutions, isn't going to lock them in because it's code that exists in their code base. But it also is code that comes with style opinions that are pretty damn good. It's a weird in-between of something like Bootstrap, something like Material UI, and then also all of the primitives that we've talked about in the past. It kind of confirms my hypothesis from the video from almost 3 years ago, which is we need good solutions that combine the parts. ShadCN combined the parts and gave us the solution, and the result is awesome. But Theo, doesn't that mean every ShadCN site's going to look exactly the same? Yeah, it does. And as you can see, if we go to t3.chat, it looks exactly the same as every other ShadCN site. Wait. That doesn't look like this. Maybe the dash... No. I thought every ShadCN site looked the same. Oh, I forgot. The code exists in my code base, so I could change it. This is what people don't seem to understand about ShadCN. This is what I love so much about it. You don't have to use the exact styles it comes with when you copy the code. It's awesome that when you use ShadCN components or you use a tool like V0 or Bolt that's using ShadCN as its default layer, that it will look fine by default. But if you want to change it, you can just go change it. Another great example from chat. Another great example just came up in chat here. Gotta scroll a bit. The neo-brutalism components. This is a style, or this is a set of components that are based on ShadCN. So they're using ShadCN as the starting point, but I guess they look a little different. I mean, this slider looks basically identical to, let's find one in here. Yeah, clearly these look exactly the same. There's nothing changed at all between those. Or if we look at the accordion, that's identical to the accordion that already exists in ShadCN. There's no difference at all because all of these look exactly the same. Oh, wait, that's entirely different. Crazy how when you give people the code for the thing, they can make it look differently because they have the code in their code base. And ShadCN's CLI for all of this was written in a generic enough way that you can run it, add components from other sources. You can run the same ShadCN command to add this component of an accordion instead of the one that ShadCN has. It's so cool. We now have open source component layers that are being built. It's awesome. And it's allowed for levels of like innovation and flexibility without lock-in in a way I've never seen. If you started your project back in 2020 using MUI, you either are stuck with your thing always looking like MUI, or you're hacking the hell out of it to try and make it look different. If you had started with ShadCN, you can just change it. That's so cool. And that's why it's the default everything reaches for now. Be it a developer getting started, a company building a design system architecture, or an AI bot generating you a new app. It makes so much sense. It makes so much sense that we say every site looks the same now because the defaults are so good, people will just use them and go far with them. But the moment they're ready to change it, super easy to do. We're getting more examples of things that don't look like ShadCN but are. Oh, yeah, this is a great example. This does not look like ShadCN in the slightest because, again, ShadCN comes with a light style layer because it's components, but you can just swap that part out whenever you want. It's so cool. It's so awesome that something like this can be built with ShadCN and look nothing like it at all. I love that. I'm following this person because that is really good. So it's happened. ShadCN is the perfect thing in the middle here. It is the thing I wanted when I filmed my last video. Most of that video was me just complaining that the solutions in the middle were bad because they didn't take advantage of all the awesome technologies in the other circles. Now we have something in the middle, which is where we want to be, that uses the best of each part and lets you swap out the style system part whenever you feel like, however you want to. Great. It's so cool. That was me roasting styled components, roasting chakra. Notice how people don't talk about chakra or styled components or any of those things anymore. I can't remember the last time I heard anyone talking about chakra. And people were so mad at me at the time for daring to say, I have to deal with, or people were so mad at me at the time for daring to say, I don't see chakra going anywhere. Certainly didn't. No fault of the devs. They were doing something that seemed to make a lot of sense at the time. But I saw where we were going as an industry, and it was clearly not towards all-in-one solutions. And nowadays, I get a lot of messages like this. Mantine is still my go-to when I'm not using Tailwind and ShadCN. Nowadays, if somebody's using something other than Tailwind and ShadCN, it almost feels like they have to qualify it because it's become such a hard default. And even Chakra has moved away from their monolithic way of doing things and thinking towards breaking it up into individual parts. In Chakra v3, we're unifying our ecosystem of tools by combining the headless library, ArcUI, with the styling APIs in Panda CSS, and then using ParkUI as the design system. They're just a new version of ShadCN with worse components. Kind of wild. The live chat on YouTube, it's broken is what it is. That's bleeding out the side of the screen. Yeah, small bugs, it's fine. I have no idea what ParkUI is. Build your own design system. Oh, look at that. We've all centralized on this idea because it's the right idea. This page also has overscroll disabled, which is a huge, huge red flag for me because it breaks a bunch of random shit. Yeah, they have it fully disabled on here. Very interesting. Very interesting. But again, the whole industry has moved towards my silly little chart from 3 years ago. We've all accepted that the level of flexibility provided by an all-in-one solution is just not viable. Retake when I get here. as an industry, we've accepted that a solution pretending to solve all of these problems isn't good enough because we're going to have problems with any one corner. And we want the best in class for the different corners. Not giving that level of flexibility is a death sentence for the maintainability of things. It's awesome to see the entire industry recognize that Radix is really good, Tailwind is really good, and your styles themselves are a separate thing. And rather than pretend all of these are just one package you should install, that we should actually treat them as separate. It feels like acknowledgement of the component revolution for the first time in a long time, where we wanted to pretend that CSS would... the biggest thing we've had to jump through is the idea that CSS, the vanilla way, was the only right way to think about styles, and that Cascade is a good thing. Now that we've accepted that Cascade is a shit show for maintenance, and components are the only viable way to ship web applications at scale, we have slowly unbuilt and rebuilt the world around them so that we're not so tied to vanilla CSS, and we are now in a much better place where our systems for how we style our apps are as modular as the components that we're building in the first place. It was a very bad thing that our components were modular in our logic, but were very much not modular and able to be mucked around with when it came to how they looked and how they composed. We have moved away from that as an industry, and I'm so thankful that we did. The future of styles is much brighter now that we have awesome things like ShadCN, and I don't see us going back. There are catches, there are problems. There is the fact that your AI needs to know how to use these things and how to customize them. Whereas with Material UI, there wasn't really a wrong way to use the thing, even if there wasn't really a right one either. At the very least, you knew it would come out looking the exact way the components on the homepage did. ShadCN makes it easier to fix the problems when you run into them, but it doesn't hold your hand the whole way there either. It's a really interesting in-between, but it's an in-between that won. And I really don't see that changing anytime soon. Especially in a world where especially now that we're in a world where a random dev or non-dev at your company might want to go change how a thing looks. If the component library you're using doesn't allow it, they're screwed. If the components are just other things in the code base, they can do whatever they want. And the magical feeling that I have today when I go into my code base and sneak over to my source front-end components file and see all of these ShadCN components that we didn't write, but we did restyle, and we have adjusted to fit our needs better. We have a real design system here in our code base now. And that's so cool that ShadCN helps us get there earlier, where we have a folder we own that is how we build our components and how we structure our application. And as we need to change it, we can. That balance of snap your fingers, you have a component library. Oh, you want to change it? Just go change it. That was something you had to do yourself before, and it no longer is. And that's such a cool transition for this industry to make. And I am genuinely really excited to see how far we can go with this now that we're in this awesome world where everyone is trying to make a composable modular solution. Death to Bootstrap and death to Material UI. The future is modular, and a modular future is the right one for us to be building into as we make more complex, more beautiful, more interactive, and retake on that. Death to Material UI, death to Material UI, death to Bootstrap. The future is a much more modular world where the complexity of our apps can actually be met with systems that are simple to get started and flexible enough to scale with our increasing ambitions with the projects that we build. I am so hyped to see these changes, and I hope you guys are too. What do you think? Is this the future, or are we just doing one of those back and forths? We'll right back to component libraries like we were before. Let me know. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. You're just wrong about this. The things that need to be fixed, like the upstream bug fixes, are in the dependencies. The actual code for these things is so simple. Here's our skeleton component. What's going to change there? Sidebar's a little more complex, but almost all of it is just using things from Lucid and shit. And also a lot of this is us customizing it too. Like our custom is mobile hook and stuff like that. So I fundamentally disagree. I think the maintainability of this is better, not worse. Okay, we're doing more. Did I do an end for that? I don't think I did an end. So we'll marker end of shad cn bit, marker more for shad cn bit, more for CSS. I made the mistake of reading chat, so I have to say a few more things. Phase, find some place to sneak this in that's pretty far from the ending, ideally. Far from me just saying how awesome this all is, like that ran near the end. Put this before then. The one concern I see a lot with ShadCN, usually for people who haven't used it, is what about maintaining it? This seems like it's only good for big companies. I'm a small company. I need to make sure that I'm on the latest version or I might have issues. Well, if we go to my code base and look at any of these components, what needs to be updated here? How about we go to, I don't know, something more complex like a button. What needs to be updated here? The reality is that the things that need to be updated by the maintainers aren't really part of ShadCN. They're the dependencies. If the way CVA works needs to change to fix a performance issue, or the way slot works needs to change because of an accessibility thing, if any of these pieces change because they have to, the logic isn't these 10 lines of code that wrap the thing from Chakra or the complexity here, the thing that's changing isn't the 10 lines of code here that are wrapping the checkbox primitive from Radix UI. That's not where the complexity is. And if updates were to happen, they're not happening here. That's not the part that needs to change. The part that needs to change is this part. As a dependency, you can go bump that dependency. The problem is, if you're using a different solution that bakes all of these parts in, and one of them has a problem, you have to update the whole thing. And if you have a user with an accessibility issue that got fixed 2 major versions in the future of Material UI, but when you bump it up, all of your random hacks around it break, you're screwed. That's gone now. It's so much more maintainable. The fact that this exists in my code means that the thing that has to be updated is a much more granular piece. It also means that our package JSON looks a little worse, sure, because we have to install all the different Radix parts that we use. So like, yeah, I have this instead of at Material UI. Oh no, I have so many packages. I must be a terrible developer. Why am I just npm installing all my solutions to my problems instead of building them myself? Because accessibility is hard, and you shouldn't be stuck trying to fix all the weird keyboard navigation behaviors that all these other library authors are stuck dealing with now too. The problem's solved. And if you need to bump one of these things, you just bump the one thing. I can go bump from 214 to 216 on React dropdown menu, and it's fine. I don't get why people care so much. I really don't. As for what happens if they change the styles in ShadCN, you go copy paste it. And if you had customization and they changed it, Cool, you customize it. You don't need the change anyways. I just don't get this at all. Thank you for this call out. They also have a change log at the bottom of each component that tells you what's changed about this component since it came out. And since button dropped, which was one of the first components ever added to ShadCN, the only thing they've changed in their code is they added this for handling icons inside of the button automatically. So if you pass it an SVG and you want it to automatically make it an icon SVG, cool. That's now part of it by default. That's awesome. I love they did that. But if you're missing that, whatever. Who cares? And chances are, if you customized it, you're probably doing your own icon handling anyways. So yeah, I don't buy it at all. I don't understand the maintainability is worse argument when in literally every single method I can imagine, the maintainability is significantly better. Like most of these don't even have a changelog because most of them have never changed. Yeah, I'm looking through all of these. Nothing. Here's one. They also did icons for the command boxes. So this like press like Command J as a command box to explain a given command and what it does. Those also added the gap for handling SVGs automatically. Cool. Apparently, they even have a CLI you can run to automatically handle these upgrades. That's cool. I don't even think you need to use that because the stuff doesn't change a whole lot, but it's really cool. You don't need to worry about these things. This is the benefit of modularity is when a part needs to change, you can change the part. Thing needs to be updated, you can update the thing. Just update it. Styles and the code living in your code base is not the part that needs to change. Is the part you can change if you want to change it, if you want to have different styles. Awesome, do it. But it is not like, oh, React 19 came out, now I have to go update everything. It doesn't work that way. We've been using these components for years in some of our code bases, and but they don't change. They don't get touched. Most of the /UI folder in the upload thing code base was committed 2 years ago. We might bump the Radix versions. Who cares about the rest? That's what's awesome about it. You can change it when you need to and not change it when you don't. Whereas if I need to update Material UI and they made a change to what props you pass to components, I have to go audit my entire goddamn code base in order to bump that version. It's a fundamentally different world. Modular is always more maintainable. Always. And I don't fathom how anyone can see it differently. It's just hard for me to comprehend. Cool. And here is where you cut to where I wrapped up phase. What about Ant Design and Prime React? I feel like Prime React is a very different thing in my head than a component library. I feel like that's a category of content. But yeah, no, those are all dying solutions. Those are like bootstrap tier at this point where people are using them and will be for a while, but no one's picking them nowadays for new things. I'm sad that YouTube chat's broken here. It's just Firefox. Switch the URL. Cool, that kind of worked. Fair. I'm not sure what open control is. I'm down to look into it in the future, but we've only done 4 videos today, and we're fallen behind schedule lately. Yeah, 4 hours, 4 videos. We're doing better than usual today. Yeah, I'll check it in the future, Cooper, for sure. I'll check out the stream. Yeah, the IBM HashiCorp acquisition was weird. I think I covered that at the time. It wasn't a month ago, it was a while ago, but yeah. What to do next? People really want the new stack video. Let's do a poll. Rant. Rewired my brain. Delete code. Stack. I want to do this one sooner than later. It's a cool one. PAs are a lie. Also, I saw Jess was here earlier and I forgot to say hi. I'm going to message her and say hi. People really want my stack. The model ranking one is how I pick what model. Ranking every relevant model. Find my Theo. Current stack won by a lot. Time to delete your code is more of a like, we need to stop being so attached to our code now, and AI is good because it's helping us accept that, but also bad because people are so scared of their code being deleted. They're really sensitive about it. And I want to just like rant about that. Yeah, there's a lot of things I talked about in the vibe coding like 3-hour video that deserve their own shorter videos. Yeah, I've heard such mixed things about the Gemini screen recording. Like, I've heard a lot of people say it's so cool, it's the future, but everyone who's used it sounded more like this. It's weird. I think it's time to dive in. I suppose I can change the title on platforms now because it's different enough. My current stack. Did that even work? Does Fosbot even have permission to change my shit anymore? I think I stripped of its mod privilege because it was annoying me. Oh, it can. Cool. That's good. Let me thank all the subs I missed before we get started. I missed a fucking ton. Okay, I'm pretty sure I made up to 6. Perhaps up to Carlos. Appreciate you for the sub regardless. We got Ione here with the 6 months of tier 1. Thank you so much for that. Bamek here with the Prime. Thank you as well. Jason also throwing the Prime almost at the 1 year mark. Violet Fox, 8 months straight. Watch Theo live or catch up on the 3 VODs. Fair. Paul Noir with the Prime. Thank you for that. We got 2 months of tier 1 from Ashy Boyman. Thank you so much for the support. Ian Mitchell 1. Your name always occurs to me because one of my best friends from high school is named Ian Mitchell. Always good to see you though. 13 months in. Where are the Bing users? Goddamn. We got Fujitsu Star here with the Prime 3 months in. Thank you for that. Sislyak with the Prime as well. Thank you again. We got Teklev here with the tier 1 2 months in. Rai with the Prime as well. Thank you so much. Midnight Grocer here 2 months straight. Congrats on the T3C release. Thank you so much. Yeah, so happy to have the redesign out. 8 months from Sebastian. Thank you so much for the support. Chris throwing the 5 bomb I must have missed. Thank you so much for the gift bombs. Appreciate it a ton. Gabriel hitting 33 months, tier 3, fucking legend. Roman Sky here with the Prime. Gene here with the Prime. Then Gabriel, 5 months of tier 1. Appreciate you all so much for the support. Get ready for this one. I want to start this one. My tech stack is something that's very important to me. If you've been around for a while, you probably remember the early days. This whole channel started around the T3 stack. Before T3 was even me, it was my stack. I did have the domain t3.gg way before any of that was even thought of, before Tailwind was even created, because T3 stands for me. It's 3 letters after the T. But a lot of things have changed since I put out the original T3 stack. I've looked at a ton of different solutions and changed a bunch of stuff in my stack, but also went back to a handful of the things I loved back then. I haven't done a proper update on what my stack looks like since back at the start of 2023. I did actually film a video about this last year, but it kept getting pushed back on the calendar until it got so out of date that I feel bad putting it out now. So instead of putting out a video on how PickThing was built, which most of you probably don't even know about, I'm going to go a bit deeper on the recent things I've been building, what my stack looks like, most importantly, why I don't think you should make a handful of the decisions. So instead, I'm going to break down what I'm using now, and more importantly, why I wouldn't recommend a handful of the things I am using to anyone who doesn't want to go insane in the process of building. My stack is weird. It's a lot of work. My stack is weirder than ever, but I do think there's a lot to learn from it as you try to build good production applications using modern JavaScript and tech. My stack's a little chaotic now, but more than ever, I think there's a lot we can learn from it in order to build good production-ready, type-safe TypeScript applications. but I need to pay some bills in order to keep these things maintained. So let's hear a quick word from today's sponsor before we dive in. Cool. So let me make sure I don't accidentally leak environment variables when I do this. That's the latest. Yep. Okay. So I have the two applications I've spent the most time in the code bases of as of late. More, okay, rewind that. I have the two applications up here that are the ones I've made decisions about the most recently. And there's a lot of overlap between the two, but also a lot of differences. And the one that is older has a stack I'm happier with, but also doesn't solve some specific problems that the stack for the other solves. So these are PickThing and T3 Chat. If we were, how do I want to? If we go through and break this down the traditional way, there's a handful of categories that most of us care about. There's front end, framework, style, system, state, manager, front or API, system, library, backend, framework, backend language, database, what do I want to call the like dialect, I guess. Database dialect, database provider, hosting provider, etc. There's a lot of these categories. And if you've been around long enough, you can guess for most of these what I'm doing. Right height, React, Tailwind, ChatCN. State management's a more complex thing. API system library, also more complex thing. Backend framework, next, usually. Backend language, TypeScript, database dialect. We'll get there. Database provider, we'll very much get there. And hosting provider, Vercel, Cloudflare, Netlify. So this is the quick summary, but the details are about to get a hell of a lot more chaotic. I also missed pieces in here like router. I'm sure we'll find others as I go. Auth is a really good one. Thank you, chat. Package manager. We have a lot here to go through. Okay, enough people have said my mic cutoff is too high. I'm going to go just fix that really quick. Give me one sec. Okay. Hopefully that'll be a bit better. Anyways, yeah, I had to screw up a bunch of stuff with my audio interface recently. Hopefully this will be less annoying. Anyways. There are a lot of pieces to a modern front-end stack, and copy-pasting the ones I pick is not going to be the right solution. And there's a handful of things you might not need at all. Like you might be building something that doesn't need an auth provider. You might be building something that the database is just your auth provider. You might be building something where you don't need a state manager. You can just do it in vanilla React or with server components. There's a lot of different things you may or may not need throughout all of this, which is why my community originally built Create T3 app, because people wanted me to put up a template of all of the things I like to use and how I use them. But if I did that, you'd be installing things you don't need in tools that you aren't using. So I suggested that someday, if I had the time, I would build a CLI to scaffold out a Next.js app the way I would recommend, and then just didn't. But then Nexel for my community did, and then CJE and Julius stepped up to help maintain it. I've contributed 0 code to this project, but it is awesome, and it still is how I start most of my Next.js applications when I'm not doing like a quick demo of a Next feature. Create T3 app has you pick each of the parts when you set it up. So if I make a new project, sandbox, npm create T3 app at latest, and you do this, you give it a name, some demo. You pick between TypeScript and JavaScript, and only one of the answers is actually valid. You say yes or no for Tailwind. You say yes or no for TRPC, which is a very important piece we'll get to in a bit. You say yes or no for Nextauth. There's still a future where we add other options here, because Nextauth is in a weird state. You pick between none, then for the database ORM, your options are none, Prisma, or Drizzle. You can use App Router if you want. I would highly recommend it nowadays. And then you pick which SQL dialect you want. Hopefully by now, you're starting to get the idea. It does all of this stuff for you. But it's still the modular pieces. We're not forcing all of them on you. We're giving you options, and you can swap out one option for another if you would like, which I think is the whole point of the stack. That's why I built it. Simplicity, modularity, and full stack type safety. I didn't make the template here, but I did make up the stack, and I did really push for this modularity at a point where, as an industry, we were starting to go in this way, but the mind share was still leaning towards the Rails way of building things, where everything was provided as one solution that was part of the framework. I wanted to have the best solution for my different problems and the ability to throw away the parts I don't want. And this stack helped me get there in ways I didn't realize were possible at the time, and it's surprisingly close to the stack that I ship nowadays, as you'll see as we go through the parts. So let's do that. Let's go through those parts. I'm going to start with pick thing because at the very least, the core app part is relatively similar to what people probably should use. I'm very happy with the stack here overall. And I've even had Ben Davis, my channel manager and also fellow YouTuber, who's more a Svelte guy, helping with this code base. And he's had such a good time with the way this project is set up that he's trying to copy parts of it into the Svelte ecosystem. He's having a hell of a time doing it. So you could just look at my dependencies here and get a lot of information about what we're doing. You'll probably get most of what you need from seeing that. But the way we use these things is interesting enough that I hope you stick through as we do it all. How to start this one. The starting point that is the probably best starting point is right at the top here, the front-end framework. It is very rare I build something nowadays that isn't using React. I say, even though I just shipped one of my biggest non-React projects ever. Needless to say, a project like, where is it here? Unduck probably isn't the best representation of how I like to build, because this is meant to be very minimal. A package JSON, as you see, is loaded with dependencies. We have the whole Vite plugin PWA, which actually, by the way, is a dev dep. I just need to move it over. I'm lazy. I'm sure there's 5 PRs that do it. But there are 3 build plugins. Oh no. So complex. And if we look at the code, you'll see, oh wow, it's even more complex. It's basically vanilla TypeScript, and the HTML is written by this one inline function if you don't pass search params. There is no front-end library for this project. This is a very quickly thrown together HTML snippet in JavaScript that does a very specific thing. So when a project doesn't need a complex UI or all these cool tools and solutions, I'm more than happy to throw away all of them. So my reaching for React isn't because I think everything should be React or I'm too lazy to build my own UIs or whatever. It's because complex UIs benefit from a library for building complex UIs. And for better or worse, most of the UI I build nowadays is somewhat complex. So something like Unduck, which is very complex, as you could see, doesn't need a library. But something like PickThing, which is inherently significantly more complex, you'll see this benefits a lot from a library that lets us have more dynamic behaviors in the application. So let's talk about how we actually build those dynamic behaviors and all of the layers for it. Let's start at the root, the layout. The first thing you'll see in most of my apps that have auth is clerk. I still find them to be the easiest way to add auth to a Next.js application and have all the niceties like the little button you can use for signing in, actual place to store user data, not having it clog up your whole database, not having a thing you have to deal with and maintain, not having to go set everything up with all the different auth providers you want to add. It's way easier to get started. And if the app does get far enough that I want to release it to the public, it's relatively easy for me to push over that hump. But there are times where clerk doesn't make sense, which we'll get to in a bit, because I have not been using clerk in some of my projects. And on one hand, it's been very nice. And on the other hand, it's been very painful. For the most part, clerk's been really nice. And when I don't have it, I do very much miss it. I didn't have my analytics, which, what did I even use for analytics for this project? Oh, this is the Vercel analytics component. I don't remember putting that in. I have no idea how that ended up. Oh, Vercel analytics for now from me 6 months ago. That's how that got there. Getting owned by the Git T plugin once again. I normally have it uninstalled, and I will probably do that after this. Or Git Lens, whatever it's called. Yeah. But then we have the analytics that I actually care about, which is Posthog. Generally speaking, if you want to know how much I care about one of the projects I built, check if I have Posthog set up. If I have Posthog set up, I probably care about the project. If I don't have Posthog set up, I probably don't care about the project. Posthog is a phenomenal analytics provider that I've loved working with. I bullied them into sponsoring me as their first ever sponsored thing because I don't want to talk about other analytics providers. I don't like them much. I really like Posthog. So I use them for everything. This isn't an ad. They're not paying for this. They might ask to be an ad for the video, but I will reject because this is just my actual take. I've been using Posthog for years before they sponsored me, and I'll be using them for years after. I like them a lot. It's a really good way to do analytics for your product. Everything I care about is using Posthog. Things that I want basic numbers on and don't care at all about might use Plausible, but I've been moving more and more away from Plausible in favor of Posthog because I need data that is user specific. Or Plausible is very much anonymous, generic web tracking analytics that but it doesn't have product analytics, which is a different thing. I should do a whole video about this in the future, but web page view analytics are very different from product analytics. It's nice to know which pages people are going to, but it's much nicer to know how many image uploads a given user does. And those are entirely different products. The first is a Google Analytics thing, like the Google generic analytics product. Posthog is more like things like Mixpanel or Amplitude, where you can do the deep product analytics for the things users are actually doing. And if you want to know how many users have uploaded more than 50 images, that is not a thing you're ever going to get out of Google Analytics or Plausible. And more my applications are actually user specific, so I need more things for that. But also I have stuff like QuickPick, which is my service for quickly formatting images. And QuickPick, I think I have Plausible set up on it. I vaguely remember doing that. This is an in-browser app that I've barely maintained since launching it. That is a nice, quick way to solve a handful of image management problems that were pissing me off at the time. QuickPick is not a real service that I'm maintaining. It's a quick picture management tool that I built to solve some specific problems. PickThing's an actual production service that we shipped for managing your assets as a content creator. I still use QuickPick for a bunch of stuff, yes, for those who are asking. I love QuickPick. I use it all the time. But PickThing is crucial to how I run my business. Every single thumbnail I make that has me in it is using one of the assets from QuickPick. Anyways. From here, we see the thing that I didn't have originally, that I ended up adding later on, made my life much better. TRPC. I keep making the same mistake where I convince myself that my dynamic applications can get by with server components, and they cannot. I wish I didn't need tRPC all the time. I wish that the apps I was building were simple enough that I didn't need it, and sometimes they are. Let me find. There it is. Cool. If I hop to Marker Thing, for example, which is another one of those projects I use a lot, Marker Thing is how I manage all of the markers for my streams, which is how I take my 8-hour stream and chop it into individual topics so that my team can start editing it without having to download the whole thing and chop it themselves. Sign in quick here. What makes Marker Thing fun is it doesn't have a database, and its actual data access layer is kind of hilariously simple. If we hop over to the code for this, and we go to a channel page, here's the code. I run it on the edge because at the time that mattered, this is pretty old. I had forced dynamic to make sure that the page was dynamic every time you'd go to it. Thankfully, most of these are solved with the new dynamic IO stuff. But where things would get fun is I could just mount this async component that would grab your auth information, would grab the Twitch credentials using that auth information, would grab the Twitch user ID, and then fire API calls in order to generate that page with all the right VODs. Super cool. And none of this requires a database at all. The entire product of Marker Thing has no database. I am just getting the data from Twitch using the credentials I got from Clerk. That's great. It's awesome. And it made this code base significantly simpler. And funny enough, I had built this project twice before, and I wanted something that I was more confident sharing with other people. So I sat down with Mark and we quickly rebuilt it. It took like a day and a half. We built something significantly more maintainable and significantly less painful. And we did that by throwing away all the parts we didn't need. It's still kind of crazy that a service I use every day, that it's relatively data heavy, grabbing all the things that I need for all my videos, that this service has no database is something I find really genuinely cool. People are getting very confused about what edge means. I don't want to fall down that tangent. Just know that basically everything you've said so far is wrong, Tactical Wolf. Anyways. I love what we built with this tool, and I love how the React patterns have worked for it. But you can also see how old it is here. Fuck, this is a 2-year-old code base. God, that hurts. I'm getting old so fast. When server components first happened, JSX didn't support asynchronous function calls, so you had to put a tsexpect error before calling an asynchronous component. That's how you know how old this code base is, which is adorable. Painful, but adorable. Yeah. So this was all in on server components. We got a lot of benefit from it. Like the behaviors here aren't dynamic. Once the stream is done, the stream is done. This content is static at that point. So you don't need a lot of back and forth between the client and the server. So I didn't benefit a whole lot from so not having good ways to go back up to the server didn't really cost me anything. This is actually one of the simplest code bases I have. And if you don't believe me, it's open source. You can go take a look. I love this project. I think it's a great example of keeping things simple when you can and taking advantage of a service like Clerk to not have to put a whole bunch of work into parts that you shouldn't have to. My previous attempts to do this involved rolling my own auth, handling Twitch OAuth myself properly, storing all of this stuff in database and managing all of it between. The new version is comically simpler. Whole thing is 1,200 lines of code. And most of that is like just reformatting data from the Twitch API. And a giant pile of types for said data from the Twitch API. I love that. So keep things simple when you can. If we were to like diagram out my stacks by complexity, the simplest is unduck. Because unduck has no dependencies. It's as simple as can be. Then Marker Thing, much more complex, but not actually complex. It's more complex than unduck, so we have to handle auth and things. But I managed to trim down the layers there to make something way more maintainable. And I didn't get there, by the way, by thinking it through and just magically coming up with the simplest solution. I had to write it more complex 3 times and just trim the fat until I had something simple and maintainable. Then we have PickThing, which, funny enough, I went through the same thing with. I rewrote PickThing probably 4 times just because I built it to use, had a problem with it, looked at the code base, was like, I don't want to touch this, and just rewrote it and did that a few times. And then the version that we shipped is our production version. It's comically better for reasons that I'm not going to share too much of because that's valuable enough information. It's niche enough and valuable enough. I'm not giving it away. But then we have something like T3 chat, significantly more complex. Like there is a big complexity gap here simply because marker thing isn't interactive and unduck has no server at all. So there's a slight gap between marker thing and unduck, then a big gap because PickThing is now an interactive service with actual like user information and data that I have to manage properly, permissions, payment systems, so many other things. Then T3 chat, arguably pretty big gap here because now I have to do things very performantly, shifting data between tons of different APIs and services and mangling it all on the client. But then there's another gap before upload thing. Upload thing is not a code base I am comfortable enough with right now to confidently share how it works because Julius and Mark have fully taken it over because it has to be more complex. And I would not be good at my job if I understood how upload thing worked fully at this point, I'll be real. So, yeah. We've covered the simplicity of unduck and marker thing at this point. I would say reasonably well. Let's go back to PickThing, because I think it has a lot of interesting stuff we can learn from. Once we start going into pages like the PickThing. Oh, I guess all of these are for handling the different stuff. I was like, wait, that's way more pages than I remember, but it makes sense. We go to dashboard, app, page. Here is the page you get if you're going to /app, which is the page on PickThing. Oops. And /app is the page on PickThing that has your information, the things that you've uploaded. So if you're not signed in, then I return the checkout. So if you're not signed in, then I redirect you to /login. I then grab the subscription from database. If you're not subscribed, then I return the checkout component instead. But if you are subbed, if you are signed in and subbed, you just go straight to image page. And here I originally did a server component. I have since changed my ways. It's now a client component. I get the data from React Query, from TRPC using React Query. We'll see a big change to how this works when we go more through the T3 chat code base. This call might be weird because I'm making a use query call, but I'm not putting something on the other side. This is me prefetching so that I don't have to fetch this stuff later and have another pop in. So by doing this here, I am able to skip multiple steps and fire a lot of data fetching with a single batch, which is really nice. Then if you don't have any images, I give you the little info, drag and drop images onto the page to get started. Otherwise, you get the actual content. You go to grouped image grid, takes in the images, grabs the tag params, and it renders the image groups. Nothing too complex here. The closest thing to complexity in this code base at this point is probably the database and the Stripe integrations in particular. If I was to really go back to this code base and make it more maintainable, the first thing I would do is gut the Stripe implementation and subscriptions because we were confident that modeling that data properly was still the right thing to do, and I've since learned the error in those ways. That project was when I realized I wanted a better way to do Stripe, and then T3 chat was when I finally raged and did it. If you're adding payments to your app, please read this. I have been through so much hell with Stripe, and almost everyone I've talked to that thinks that their Stripe solution is working and good, once I forced them to sit down and read this, their conclusion was, oh, yeah, I missed a lot of things. At this point, I still recommend Stripe over alternatives. None of them are far along enough that I'm confident in them. But doing Stripe right isn't easy. The way I recommend TLDR, if you haven't watched the video or read this, is do I have a basic like overflow or flow? Here, yeah, I do. The core piece that I recommend is syncing Stripe's data to a KV of some form, not to a relational database. Fuck adding that level of complexity to your main DB. Just throw it in a stupid key value store and use that as the thing that you check a user's status with. Makes life significantly easier maintaining complex payment systems. Highly recommend copying this. I wish I did for this code base. But the rest is pretty simple. You might notice something interesting here. SQLite. This project was originally on the free tier of PlanetScale. If you've been around for long enough, you might remember back in the day, PlanetScale had a pretty generous free tier where you'd get their $30 a month tier for free for one database. They changed that because the free tier was costing them a ton of money and the people who were using it were just support problems. They weren't actually meaningfully benefiting them. And they wanted to focus more on databases that cost $6,000 a month, not ones that cost $20 a month. So they killed the free tier. It had been scaling up to be used by massive companies like Intercom, like Square for Cash App, Block for Cash App, and really big scalable ones like T3 Chat. We'll get to that all in a bit. But I had a handful of these smaller services that were using PlanetScale where I just couldn't justify the cost because they weren't making much money. So out of curiosity and willingness to try something else, I gave Terso a shot for this project. And I was initially quite impressed. And then I watched the chaos of Terso as it slowly unfolded. There's a reason I don't talk about Terso a whole lot, and I don't recommend them very often. It's one of those products I wanted to see succeed, and I am losing confidence in every day. They're a weird group. And we already see people in chat bringing it up. My data got deleted. I have watched some of the most embarrassing outages of my career from Terso. In case you're not familiar, what's their URL again? Terso Tech, not Terso Dev. Oops. Terso Tech, their main concept was a distributed SQLite database for whatever you want to build. And they have gotten lost multiple times throughout the process. They focused way too hard on Edge and moved away from it. The thing they do really cool is pricing. It's super cheap to get started. It's relatively cheap to keep using. $5 a month for 1,000 databases is really cool. Problem is, you don't know if the database is going to be there tomorrow or if you'll even get the right database back. There was an incident a while back where a person was trying to query data from their Terso database and nothing came back and they were confused. So they went and opened up the inspector and they had access to somebody else's database that had credit card numbers in it. Because the way Terso's infra worked at the time was if you're on the free tier, there wasn't compute being left up. Instead, they would store your database in S3 and pull it back up when the request was made. And they had an error in their code where they would pull up somebody else's S3 backup instead of yours sometimes, which is one of the most horrifying things I've ever heard about a database ever. Yeah. And recently they started moving over to AWS. I believe they were on Fly.io at the time. They're starting to move to AWS, and they accidentally wiped all AWS users' databases recently. So if you want your database to actually keep your data, be cautious. I hate talking about these things. I hate dunking on the Terso guys, but they've been weird enough to interact with that my confidence on this product is relatively low. Great quote from chat. Is Terso another example of don't gamble on the database? Yes. Yes. I gambled on it, and I'm lucky I haven't had the massive issues I've seen others having yet. Keyword yet. But I'm not fucking risking it at this point. I'm not taking the chance. So when I first started T3 Chat, I went a very different path. T3 Chat started entirely with Redis. The only database for T3 Chat for a while was Redis. And that was actually really nice until people started storing hundreds of megabytes of data for their crazy threads. And then we get to the first real divergence between PickThing and T3 chat, which is I went all in on. And then we end up with the divergence that exists between PickThing and T3 chat, which is T3 chat started with KV using Redis on Upstash specifically, which was actually awesome. Upstash was super nice to work with, super cheap, scaled great. The amount of storage per user was getting to a point that was untenable. So we moved over to PlanetScale, and it's been super smooth sailing since. When a service gets to the point where I need the benefits of the scale and functionality that PlanetScale provides, I make the move then. I've been very happy with PlanetScale for all of the production services that we run that have crazy throughput. Things like Upload Thing, and more importantly, things now like T3 Chat, both benefit greatly from the crazy performance characteristics and scalability of PlanetScale. Super reliable, super good, super happy. I don't want to call out other solutions. I will say that I have played with almost all of them, and I am happy with almost none of them. The two that currently sponsor my videos are actually within the better options. The Prisma Postgres product is probably the way I would recommend doing Postgres right now. I haven't deployed it yet, but everything I've seen in the demos I've played with from it is really good. And Prisma knows databases. So if you really want Postgres, like really, really want Postgres, probably the direction I would go for it personally. But I personally just don't use Postgres nowadays, almost ever. The other option that sponsors, and honestly, I have regret not using Convex more. Convex, these guys are killing it. I put together some demos of like parts of T3 chat using Convex instead. There are quirks and gotchas because the big thing with Convex is they run your compute. Your APIs don't run on your infra anymore. They run on theirs. But by owning that, they allow for really cool characteristics with your queries and mutations where everything that could possibly update your database exists in their layer. So if somebody mutates something that somebody else has queried for, it can live update, which is super, super cool. I've been really impressed with Convex, and if they can figure out their local sync and caching story a bit further, I would see a future where we actually move T3 chat to Convex. Enough parts are missing for that chaotic local layer that I just deal with the sync layer I built myself still. But Convex is like the thing that I look at and yearn for the most. And I will once again emphasize from chat that a lot of things have come up that I don't recommend. I don't want to spend a lot of time dunking on other solutions, but if you're watching this video, you're probably thinking, but what about X? I've thought about X. I've probably even shipped something with X, and I did not like it. So take that as you will. I could be wrong, but I've been very sad to see the terrible scaling characteristics, weird performance characteristics, and overall unreliable experience of pretty much every other database people are mentioning in chat, including ones I've been sponsored by. I won't say anything further. Anyways. No, I can't cover this. I won't have anything intelligent to add other than it sucks. Anyways. So at this point, hopefully you guys are seeing the theme that's emerging. When I'm building, I have a pretty consistent process. Start with the simplest thing. Let me move this. Step 1 is I start with the simplest thing. Step 2 is add complexity as necessary. And step 3 is regularly reflect on if the complexity is actually, let me read it. Yeah, just a little different. Cool. You might have noticed a theme starting to form here. Hopefully this will help emphasize the core of how I think about my stack. Step 1, start with the simplest reasonable thing. Step 2, Add complexity as it's necessary. And step 3, regularly reflect on that complexity to see if it's actually necessary. Be very willing to delete and circumvent complexity where it is possible. To go back to like the marker thing example, I was convinced that I had to store a lot of data in DB for that product to work. And as I thought about it more and more and kept dealing with edge cases, I realized, I'm effectively just transforming the shape of data that already exists in the Twitch API. Can I just use that? The answer was yes, and it makes things a lot simpler. So that's what I've been doing with everything I can. Generally speaking, complexity is the enemy of success and scale and all these other things. The only thing that actually scales is simplicity, so I always strive for it. And you'll notice in my stuff that I often find sometimes crazy hacks in order to maintain simplicity to the best of my ability. I also can't help but call this out. I saw people mentioning Google Sheets as a database as a way of keeping it simple. It is fucking not. Believe me, I want to use Google Sheets as a database so often. I genuinely, desperately want to. Good luck getting that off. The problem with Google Sheets as a database is it doesn't scale. It's Google Sheets. Google Sheets scales really well. Good luck connecting to it via their API. The API for Google Sheets is such trash. It's such a dumpster fire. It feels like it was written in the 90s. I don't know how anyone does anything with the Sheets API. Just getting approved through Google's fucking cloud stuff to be able to authenticate a user to access Google Sheets in the first place, or to hard code one sheet you've set up on your side. I actually want to use Google Sheets as a database, genuinely. It is effectively impossible. And a project I was working on for, funny enough, another YouTuber, won't go into details, I don't want to leak it for him. It's fine. Funny enough, I was actually working on a project with Will Osman recently because he wants to build a hiring board. And I wanted a simple database that he would be able to edit without having to build all the UI and stuff for it. So I started with Google Sheets. 2 hours into trying to get it to auth, my roommate and CTO, Mark, comes over and laughs at me and says, "I warned you, Theo, don't do this." So I caved and moved to Notion, which has actually been really nice. The Notion API is totally fine. So, yeah. Google Sheets isn't the simple option. And that's not because Google Sheets isn't simple. That's because the API layer to actually do anything with it is one of the most unnecessarily complex piles of shit I've ever tried wading through in the last, at the very least, last 5+ years. Don't use Google Sheets as a database. Not because it's terrible to use a spreadsheet product as a database, but because the API to access that one is particularly trash. It is not the simple solution. And I wish it was. I do genuinely wish it was. It's just not viable. Anyways, start with the simple thing. Add complexity as it is necessary. And regularly reflect to see if that complexity was necessary in the first place. Constantly take the opportunity to reflect on the problems you're having, the edges you're running into, and if you find enough bugs in a given thing that you produced, building the intuition for when it's better to try to circumvent that solution entirely rather than patch is a skill you have to hone over the years. I don't have any advice other than try both when it feels right and shift around over time. But the gap between patching versus replacing is a really hard thing to strike the right balance for. And in an era with AI where replacing is easier than ever, I'm scared we're going to overcorrect and become much more replacing, much less patching. But right now, we're much too willing to patch something that's fundamentally broken and not willing enough to replace it when it makes sense to. So I'm okay with this correction. It's been a nice change in the industry to see us more willing to delete things that don't work. Like with T3 chat, you might have seen my video about the crazy journey I went through with the database there. I deleted more code than I shipped there. I've deleted 3 full sync engines and data layers that I built for T3 chat because it was easier to rethink it from the ground up than it was to patch it. At least patch it the number of times we had to. Oh, I like this framing a lot. I like this a lot, overnight send. If you're not adding things back, you've not removed enough. Banger. Love this. So where were we now? This has been a chaotic journey. Let's see if we can get more value out of it. Ooh, state manager. Obviously style system, tailwind Chad CN. Watch my video about modern style solutions if you want my thoughts on that. A deeper topic. State management is a complex one. I'm just going to list a bunch of things and hopefully not have to talk too much about them. Just some things that are useful. React query, server, components, Jodi, Zustand, legend, state, Dexy. These may or may not be recommended, or these may or may not be placed in the order that I recommend trying them. And when the solution you're on stops serving the need that you have, you move down one layer. I would never make a claim that bold, though, because why would I ever pretend to have used every single modern state solution and only recommend 6 of them and then use 4 to 6 of them in parallel at any given time? I'm not saying always use React Query, but I'm kind of saying always use React Query. At the very least, I'm saying that every time I didn't include React Query, I ended up regretting it at some point. So, yeah. I see a good suggestion from chat, which is I start with server components first, React Query second. Usually I do the same, but almost every time I end up having problems that React Query solves better. But yeah, I really like server components and RSC behaviors in the minimal case. I would go as far as to say if you can use server components for the core of your application without doing anything too scary, you almost certainly should. Like when I built my pager app, which you guys ever wondered how we get the new models added to T3 chat immediately? It's because I built an app to page me. And the Page Me app allows for people who are approved with a custom password and auth to tell me a new model just dropped, and then I get a phone call that alerts me so I know that that happened. The Page Theo app was originally generated. I tried Lovable. It struggled with some of the more nuanced things. I tried V0 and it almost scaffolded it right. I got frustrated and just went and built it myself instead. And by myself, I mean with a lot of help from our friends over at Claude and Cursor. You get the idea, though. The fun with this one is that I did everything through server components, and it was actually quite nice. I do have a KV because the KV stores all of the models that people have submitted, so I have that little section that shows if a model's been submitted or not, so I don't have 5 people paging me for the same thing. But all of this is server components. There is basically 0 client code on this project, and it's been very nice because I'm basically just using React to build an interface to my KV and an interface to my free tier, what's it called, Twilio, for the phone call side. So it's actually beautifully simple, and I love it because this doesn't need a bunch of complex client-side behaviors. It needs a basic form with basic submission behaviors and an auth check and a way to list the things that people have submitted. When you use keep pushing this way down. When you use server components in a simple way, they are incredibly simple. The problem is if you use server components for complex things, you'll quickly, probably at least, run into some insane problems. I still like them a lot. I miss server components in all the places I can't use them. I've missed them a lot throughout T3 checks. They're not using them at all. If you can't use them, React Query, really good way to deal with async stuff in React. React sucks at async. React Query makes it suck less. Jodi is the, oh shit, I need this local storage value in 5 places is what I almost always use it for. Zustand is, oh shit, these 5 things relate to each other and I want to organize them all in one place. I use Zustand primarily for things like Ping, the video call service for collaboration, or I use Zustand primarily for stuff like Ping, where you have the really complex like interactions between users, device state management, and all the other things for a live video call. Zustand's killer for that use case. Legend State is a phenomenally fascinating project that came kind of out of the React Native world. That is a super granular, really well optimized state solution with good sync primitives built in. Still very early, but I've been playing with it more and more, considering moving some stuff over to it in the near future. And then Dexy. Dexy was built to make it so that Internet Explorer 7 could actually use an IndexedDB-like thing, because IndexedDB is a terrible API that is really hard to use. Dexy is currently the core powering most of T3 chat. It has been awesome. Their cloud product scares me and doesn't really solve the problems that we have, but the core Dexy library is probably the best way to deal with and fight all of the chaos that is IndexedDB and browser standards about storing data. It's what we're using for T3 chat. I wouldn't recommend it unless you need it, but if you need it, it's very easy to recommend. If you're storing more than 10 megabytes of data on the client, you probably need Dexy for it. Cool. That's where I'm at with state managers. Start simple, add complexity as you need it, and trim constantly or you will slowly go insane. Okay. API system and library. Almost all of the projects I've talked about so far, the big two being PicThing and T3 chat, started without TRPC when I built them initially, and ended up with me adding TRPC because I fucked up and deeply regretted not having it. TRPC is still the only sane way to deal with complex back-end, front-end relationships, and the results are incredible. It's so nice to work with. We hop back to T3 chat. Let me find like any actual component. Oh, here, I'll do the sync switch. This was one I just did. So this is the switch that manages whether or not the database gets updated with your chat history if you do or don't want to sync your chat history. If I go to my use sync enabled hook, you'll see something interesting here. Use query TRPC. Wait, don't you call trpc.useQuery? What's going on there? What's going on here is there's a new way to call React Query with TRPC, where instead of TRPC wrapping React Query, we take the things that React Query expects, the keys, the options, all the other pieces, and we generate it and pass it to React Query so we can use the same React Query instance for all of the things in our app. And it's really, really nice. I've been super happy with the experience using this new way. It's weird because now we're interfacing between React Query and TRPC back and forth more often, but we get a lot of cool benefits from it too. It's been really nice. The magic of TRPC is the type safety and simplicity of things once it's set up, but the magic of how deeply this type safety is integrated. This component's a client component. I might not have put use client on top, but every component in T3 chat is a client component due to the way we architected it. We'll get to that in a bit. But watch what happens when I command click get preferences. Now I'm in my backend TRPC folder on the exact function that I am calling on the client. How cool is that? It's so nice hopping between the backend and the front end with TypeScript as the binding between the two. No GraphQL schema interpolating bullshit. No crazy open API spec that no one remembers to generate that makes it impossible to figure out what's coming from where and everyone's scared to change. You just go to the back end and make a change and the front end will see the change. It's so nice. And every time I don't do it, I end up regretting it. I went super hard with server actions with the first version of T3 chat, and we have since gutted all of them. I probably should have started with TRPC, but once again, as I always do, I convince myself, oh, I don't need it. This is simple enough. And then as soon as it's not simple enough, I desperately reach for Julius to hop in the codebase and set it up for me. Yeah. TRPC still feels borderline necessary for complex enough applications. If you could possibly keep your backend and frontend in the same project, TRPC is going to make your life much easier and allow you to stay in that monolithic solution for a while. It's really nice. I'm really happy with it. And unlike server actions, it's also been relatively stable and doesn't have a bunch of weird edge cases that make no fucking sense at all. I've been to hell and back. I have a lot of stories to tell at some point. Speaking of stories to tell, let's dive into how I have the routing architected here. We're going to skip a few steps here, but the routing we have set up is fascinating. You'll notice that despite being a Next.js code base, we have React Router in here. I really didn't want to do routing on the server side. I did not want using T3 chat to ever block on server ever. I wanted you to be able to navigate and do things in T3 chat without ever having to deal with the network connection blocking you from going from one place to another. So I used React Router in Next.js. How did I do that? A pile of hacks I don't necessarily recommend. I am still in the process of exploring what we've been calling the Nexit for this project to see what moving off Next looks like. And every time we make meaningful progress in it, something stupid happens that requires us to rewrite way too much shit in a way that is less maintainable and more complex. And I sigh and shrug and just stick with Next. I have been very surprised how well this hack has scaled for us, but I am not recommending it. I do have this though. Here, I import Next Dynamic because I can't SSR this component if I do everything breaks. Dynamic is for static because I want this route to be static. And then I export the function app. And app is a much more traditional React Router client-side application. Why is this in static app shell? Why isn't this just a catch-all route? Because in Next.js, catch-all routes are always dynamic because it needs to know the URL, which means that I was running server code every time you navigated to the first page when you opened T3 chat. That was bad and dumb. So I fixed that here by making everything static and making it a static route. Because if I made this a catch-all route, it would no longer be static and this would just error. But how does this handle every page? More hacks. Here are the important ones. Here's the app shell rewrite. If the source is /path, which means if it's anything, then I redirect it to static app shell. But I also added this missing callout here because the TRPC endpoints also use a catch-all route. And a really fun thing about the way Next works is if you do a rewrite in the config here, that takes precedence over rewrites in catch-all routes in your actual Next router. So this router was having its routes intercepted by my config, and when you would try to call TRPC, it would get back that static HTML page. So I had to add a custom header on all TRPC calls, and then filter out things with that header in my Next config to make sure that they don't get abducted by this catch-all route. I am not interested in sharing how long it took me to get this all working properly. I just hope I can save somebody who's making the same bad decisions as me a little bit of time in the process. Could I use TanStack Router? Could I use Remix? Could I use all of these other things? I'm going to show you guys something fun. Notice this PR here. Notice who made this PR here. Notice that it was done last month and it still hasn't merged. I have been promised by a lot of people smarter than me that this move would be totally doable and easy. Those people are currently making changes to their library, so this is actually somewhat possible. At this point, it's a race between the Remix team and the TanStack team as to who can add the missing pieces first so I can make a move that doesn't make me rip my hair out. The way that Remix and React Router handles cookies feels like we're in the 90s again. And TanStack, despite being way further along with those things, has enough pieces that don't fit together nicely for our use cases that Tanner is going really hard on single-page app behaviors in order to make it way better for us to adopt. They're also in the process of removing Vinxi, which is the core that they've built around for a while, and I do not want to adopt a framework that is about to rip its core out. So one of these might be the move in the future, but as crazy as it might sound that I'm saying this, Next is more stable than the other options right now, even in my weird bastardized way of using it. So yeah, stop asking about other frameworks. I've considered them more deeply than you by people who are smarter than you, people who are smarter than me, and we'll do it eventually. But for now, this is working really well. But once again, the point of this video isn't you should copy my exact stack. It is a a set of warnings on the sirens that will call you on the process of trying to build things like this. Yeah, good luck, have fun. So that's the routing situation, and also the fun workarounds that I've learned to deal with since to make this all viable. What else do we have that's valuable in the stack? Okay, we've handled the state management API stuff, handled backend framework, still on Next, will be there indefinitely. I wish I could use Elixir more, but TypeScript is just too useful for too many different things. We covered the database dialect and provider. My hot take there is use a good KV for as long as is reasonable, because any database can be turned into a DB, but not every DB can be turned into a KV. So if you start with a key value store, moving from the key value store to SQL is not particularly hard, and you can do that at almost any point and be fine. That's what I did twice, and it's been totally sustainable for us since I started. And I actually really, really like and I also really like the experience I've had with Upstash. They've just been great. Really easy way to deal with data at scale for things that need to respond really quick. I've been happy with it. Highly recommend. Use it when you can. Move off it when you can't. Keep it simple. We just covered the router. Next, when server, React router, when client. I used to be a really, really big fan of Wouter, which was a really minimal React router alternative. React router is in a pretty good state now. Handstack router is in a phenomenal state now. I need to use it for more stuff. I just haven't had complex enough search params to really benefit from it, and I don't want the data loading patterns unless I have the server-side part with Handstack Start. So for me, Handstack router is just waiting for the Handstack Start part to fully come together, and I'll probably be all in on it. But for now, this is stuff that I'm using to keep my shit stable. The funniest part with the way we're using React router, I probably should have mentioned this before. Oops. This is not the new React router syntax. I'm using the React router syntax from V4. They're on V7. This is the same router syntax I used at Twitch in 2018. The new stuff seems really cool. The file-based routing and stuff is genuinely seemingly pretty awesome. I'll get there when I get there. Not my problem right now. We got shit to do. I am very happy with my routes being components that have a URL and the thing they render. Pretty simple. Makes my life better. I'm happy with this. Everybody saying I obsessively adopt the newest things have not read any of my code. I don't. I say right before the auth section, because the two auth providers I find myself using the most are Clerk, almost always. And if not Clerk, Pain. I have a long video about the different auth options and when I do and don't recommend them. I'm also getting more and more WorkOS pelled as I see the benefits for the enterprise side. Like if you want to be able to get an enterprise team to set up your crazy auth stuff in their company through their IT team, the admin panel is just one of those things that I never want to do in my life. Like if a random company that wants to buy T3 chat needs to set up Okta or SAML, I don't want to do any of that. And WorkOS is what we'll almost certainly move to when the time comes for enterprises to start adopting my tools. So Clerk, if you can, if you have specific needs, I personally am pretty happy with OpenAuth. OpenAuth is built by Dax and crew over at SST. It is very hands-on. It does very basic stuff for you and shows you roughly how to pull it all together. It lets you separate your auth into its own service. And I don't want auth in my database ever again. My database is for my data, not for my auth. Keep my auth out. I am very black-pilled now on user table not being in my database, and it's made my life significantly better. OpenAuth lets me do that trivially, where our auth layer for T3 chat is a 20-line of code worker running on Cloudflare, writing KV data straight to Cloudflare's worker KV. And I don't touch it. I don't interface with it. I don't do anything with it. I just call it using the OpenAuth client, and I'm done. It's really nice. It is like roll your own minimal featureless Clerk. And I've been very happy using it for T3 chat, even if it took me forever to set up. And we have random weird edge cases because the examples they gave were missing things that I have to go polyfill after. Validation is a bitch. A bunch of other random things suck about it. But that's welcome to rolling your own auth. It is what it is. But I've been happy with it. It's fine. I did not want an auth solution that expected to run between every single request because I wanted an auth solution that wouldn't block me for local first stuff. And with T3 chat, I wanted to minimize the things between the user and the stuff they're trying to do. And Clerk makes life much easier by being in your Next.js middleware and running between every single request. I had zero interest in an auth layer that ran between requests. I wanted an auth layer that I could call when I needed to for things that I wanted to check, and that's it. I wanted the simplest possible auth layer that would not block requests until I chose to. And it was flexible enough to get me using it. And I was happy overall. Would I recommend this over Clerk? If you can use Clerk, I would probably recommend just using it. But if you have specific needs, performance characteristics, desires, and other chaotic shit you're trying to do, OpenAuth lets me keep my separation that I really like to keep. I've been quite happy overall. If you want my thoughts on all the other auth libraries that are consistently coming up in chat, if only I had a video where I broke down every single current auth solution and how I feel about it. That'd be really convenient, wouldn't it? Anyways, that's where I'm at with auth. Oh, package manager, finally an easy one. I just use PNPM. Bun will get there someday. I want a solution that just does the one thing though, and PNPM has made my life much better, having everything cached locally, and for the most part, behaving properly in monorepos. Bun is a runtime. Bun is also a package manager, but their focus is on a lot of other things, bundling, runtimes, lots of other shit. It's missing a ton of stuff for monorepo management, and every time we try to use it in monorepo, we end up in hell and back on PNPM. There's a future where I start using Bun more, but for now, PNPM has made my life significantly easier. I really hope you guys aren't sincerely asking what runtime. My runtime is Node. My runtime will stay Node. My runtime has been Node for a long time, and it will be for a long time. I have a handful of things on Cloudflare, which means they're technically not Node, but yeah. I use Cloudflare for a handful of very specific things that make sense, like an auth wrapper that's on top of a KV, or for pick thing. All of the image optimization is calling different services. Like when I generate the background removed version of this image, that's using a handful of different AI companies, providers, and APIs to remove the background and generate a new asset. I do all of that through Cloudflare because remember, I rebuilt this so many times. I had a really clever solution to the issues I was having with all the state management and keeping track of what had the background moves and whatnot. Look at the URL for this image here. It's kind of nonsense, so I'll open up my editor. bg.image.engineering. What's image.engineering? That is not what I copy-pasted. Oh, I guess there's something to see here. Never mind. I'll finish image engineering at some point, but what this project actually is a CDN, an image optimization layer, that I built on top of Cloudflare because its runtime characteristics were very convenient for the types of scale and weird waiting behaviors that I wanted to have, so that a user could request an image that doesn't exist yet, and I could hold the request hostage until the thing existed. It was a very, very nice way of removing all of the state, and that's probably another one of the themes you should get from my way of building. Whenever I find a way to remove state or remove split brain where data exists in two places, I will go to the ends of the earth to make it happen. I will do really stupid things to make it so data exists in one place instead of two. The less I have to mirror and change and modify and derive data in different places in ways that it can fall out of sync, the happier I am. And every time I have data in two places, I have 4 problems, at least. Every additional place that your data exists is an exponential increase in the surface area for potential problems, And the more I've been able to single source of truth things, the better life has been. And I am far from the only one saying this, and this is far from the only industry that's realizing this. Funny enough, I just hung out with Luke from LTT last night, and he couldn't stop talking about how they're rethinking things internally to have a single source of truth for stuff, because having multiple people, multiple to-do lists and different programs and different calendars and all of that is burning the company down. Single source of truth will make your life better. And the chaos I had for managing which images had their backgrounds removed and which ones didn't was at the point that I was going mad. So the way that image engineering works now, well, more importantly, the way that PicThing works now is when you upload an image, the background removal doesn't start until you render the result. So if I upload an image and then immediately close the tab, the background is never removed. The background is removed when this tag is mounted on the page. And that tag mounted on the page makes the image get fetched from Cloudflare. And if it exists, it gets pulled out of the storage and given to you. And if it doesn't, it gets generated and then given to you while also being written to storage. It allowed for me to reduce so much complexity, and it made this project go from something I was ashamed of to something I'm genuinely really proud of. And that's all on Cloudflare. But that's not part of the PicThing code base. That is a separate image service. And yes, in order to keep things simple and stateless, I find myself making microservices more and more. OpenAuth is effectively a way to make a really simple microservice for your auth layer. And what I just described with image engineering was a simple microservice to remove all the complexity of managing the different states that an image can be in. I'm very happy with the result of those things. But if you're starting with microservices and you're starting with these isolated things, you're going to pick the wrong ones. So start with a monolith, make it as simple as possible. And then the second or third time you're building it, you'll realize, oh, these things could have been their own services. I should probably do that. And you'll be able to make something significantly easier at that point. What else? Anything really good in my package JSON here? Oh, upload thing. Pretty much all of my services use upload thing because pretty much every service has some use case where users can upload stuff. And it is really annoying to set up upload thing. I'm pumped with the service and where it is, but at the same time, I'm just happy that we built a microservice that solves the upload problem because I had so many projects with a ton of random S3 bullshit that doesn't have to exist anymore. The upload thing code in this code base is some of the simplest stuff in it, and it's so nice not having to worry about those things. Compared to Stripe, where I had to build my own internal microservices to manage who subscribed. Yeah. Anything else in here? Oh, Drizzle. Drizzle's my ORM of choice. If I need SQL, I'm usually using Drizzle. Prisma's catching up fast, and I'm considering using it more in the future. But Drizzle's really good. Oh, that's another really important one. Something that's in all of my projects. T3 env. This is a package that Julius made a while back because managing environment variables when you're hopping between projects and sharing things with others sucks. And if you deploy something and forgot an environment variable, you end up being a liability and a problem for the companies whose services you're using. Half or more of our support tickets for Create T3 app were people who forgot an environment variable when they deployed. T3 env lets you scaffold out all of the environment variables you use in your project and give them Zod validation on build. So now, when you build the project, if environment variables are missing, it will not pass build and it will error with the specific missing variables. And you can split between client and server. It's super, super nice. It makes our lives significantly easier as we pass code, or it makes our lives way easier as we pass projects around different developers and different people. It's why someone like Tanner could grab my code base and run it locally because it was much easier for us to figure out which environment variables he did and didn't need. I'm super happy with T3 env. It's another one of those libraries where when I don't include it, I end up regretting it later on. I recommend it. You should really consider it. Funny enough, T3 env is more popular than Create T3 app now because it's being used by so many people in so many other stacks and places too. I get so many thanks for building this And it's amusing to me because I had nothing to do with T3 ENV. Julius just made it one day and asked if he could use T3 for him. I was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, highly recommend it. env.t3.gg if you want to learn more. It's one of the best ways to handle environment variables in your production applications. If you have multiple people working on your project, please try this. And if not, as chat has just pointed out, at least make sure you're manually validating the process CNV, because you will end up in hell if you are not. Multiple people in here saying they're using it and it's going really well for them. That's awesome to see. Great. Anything else in my package JSON? I think we've covered most of it. My stack's a little chaotic. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. And my stack is more than ever very different between my projects. And I see it kind of like a layering thing, where at its core, like at the very core in the middle, I'm using TypeScript. I'm almost always using TypeScript for the stuff that I do. I'm going to draw this out differently. I'm almost always using TypeScript. I'm usually using React. I'm hopefully usually using tRPC. I'm often using RSCs. I'm almost always, I'm using React, I'm using React Query. The reason I'm drawing this way is you can kind of draw a circle, and the circle expands as the needs of what I'm building grow or the problems that I'm having get more painful. But I always try to start with the simplest thing, and most of the time that ends up being TypeScript. And what you'll see is most of the time as my apps get more complex, it's not that I'm swapping one part out for another, it's I'm adding a part, and I'm using less of simple or roll your own things and more correct solutions as the problems I'm running into are more painful. Like the move from KV to SQL wasn't me removing all the KV calls in our project. We still use KV heavily for T3 chat. I do not see a future where our rate limiter isn't on Redis, and I don't see a future where our rate limiter isn't on Redis through Upstash, and I don't see a future where our Stripe subscription management isn't also Redis through Upstash. But the data management for your actual things like preferences and your chaotic message history, that all makes a lot of sense to have in a SQL database. How do I put this? Yeah. Generally speaking, as long as you start with the simplest thing that solves the problem, moving up to more complex things will not be too bad. But moving from a complex thing to a simple thing is no longer a move, it is a rewrite. So if you start with SQL when you should have used a KV, you're rewriting. If you start with a KV and you move to SQL, you're in good hands. If you start with Material UI and you move to Tailwind, you're rewriting. If you start with Tailwind and move to ShadCN, you're adding new components. Start with these simple pieces, and if they don't solve the puzzle you're trying to, add the ones that might actually solve it. I think I've covered everything I want to here. Any other deep set questions or things y'all are curious about before I wrap up? Let me see if that was a leak. I don't think it was. Wait. I'm confused. How would that have been a leak? It's an environment variable. You can go see all the environment variables if you want to. if you really want, and you haven't signed up for T3 chat yet, theoretically, you can find the flow where this public environment variable can be manually applied to get 50% off for 1 month, one time on one account. I think this one's actually been used like 300 times, and almost all of them are because they hit the case where this comes up in the UI. That's not a leak. Nothing I'm trying to hide there. I have not done a monorepo video in a bit because monorepos are in an interesting spot. Have I talked about what I use when I'm not serverless? No, because I don't use non-serverless almost ever. God damn it, Firebase. Thank you so much, Chesk, for the gift bomb there. Really appreciate it. Okay. I just fielded questions to see if there was anything I missed here. Most of the questions are about things that I've covered in depth in other videos, so I don't have too much else. The only last thing is the question about servers. Where do I put my servers? Vercel is cool for serverless, but what about servers? I have done an incredible job of avoiding the need for servers for a long time now, and chances are, if I do actually need them, I'm in one of those rare cases where I benefit greatly from having a traditional server. I've already offloaded the work to Julius and Mark, and they're hosting it in AWS, where those severely challenging server loads probably belong. But by the time we're spinning up real servers, we've moved away from these bespoke solutions, and we're back in the chaotic world of managing state and synchronizing it across a bunch of different things, and all of the edge cases that come with it. Pretty much every outage we've had with Upload Thing in the past year has been because of servers. So yeah, it is what it is. We're working hard to make it as good as possible, but servers will always kind of suck. All the other questions aren't things I care enough about to talk about. I think this gives you a good look into my brain and how I make technical decisions about the stuff that I build. Keep it simple for as long as you can, and add complexity only when necessary. Go out of your way to delete things whenever possible, and if you deleted too much and have to bring things back, that's okay too. I think I've said all I have to here. Let me know what you guys think. Are you going to go copy my stack, or are you going to take the lessons here and go back to Laravel and be happy there? Let me know. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. This is a video about my stack, not my fucking IDE. That's a good catch. I will probably do that later. Cool. That is 5 videos. Been going for 6 hours. It's almost 7. It's past 7 p.m. Damn. Feeling pretty good. Would have liked to get 6 or 7. These are long ones, though. My videos have been getting longer, especially now that I'm Excalibrawing again. Did I Excalidraw for all of these? I don't think I did for the OpenAI one. I think I did for the rest. Fun. It's nice being back in Excalidraw for all my videos. We're not doing one more. I'm figuring out who we're raiding. My kingdom for a Twitch that doesn't autoplay with loud audio whenever I go to it. How long has Vosh been going for? If she just went live... Oh, she's BRBing. I don't want to raid during a BRB. Oh, Zestella is fun. I haven't seen Zestella in forever. She's the homie. We'll raid her. Love throwing a bunch of devs at a random variety streamer. Have fun, y'all. See you later. Maybe this weekend. Probably on Wednesday next week, though. I have a lot of work to do. I'm so excited to go code. I'm not going to lie. Goodbye, nerds. Have fun. And goodbye to YouTube as well.